which student project break new ground and where the AI hype hit the wall. They are not here to predict the future. They are here to show us what's already happening in their classroom. Plus years across branding, UX, and digital product design. SUNYC Chancellor's Award, Pratt Trent, Partner and Design Director at Cinda Media Lab. 60 Award, founder of the Design Portfolio Center. CJ Ye is Creative Director at Cinda Media Lab, author, educator, and one of the most respected voices in NYC design education. Christie's collaborator across 2 decades of award-winning work. They are with us all day. This keynote plus a 3 p.m. live portfolio review. Welcome them up.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Wow, Saturday, seeing all of you here. It was super exciting. I have done my share of events before, so I can tell you how sweaty Yi and her team has been, and we really should appreciate they put together this for all of us. So let's give them a round of applause. And as the evening talked about, this is our topic because most of the AI events that you have heard, probably participated, is talking about technology. But we want to talk about what's behind the technology, which is people. That's why our subject today is empowering the next generation of creative heroes. So that's me. Yiting's introduction is much better than what I can do. So there is a QR. If you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, please do so.
This is me again. Iki introduced me so well, so I'm going to skip my part.
So we want to start today's conversation to talk about 3 of the biggest misconceptions of what AI-assisted design is all about. Definitely, we have a hard time to think of it, but these 3 we think are important to address.
So AI may appear magical, but using it effectively requires much more than a click. The designer must define strategic goals, coordinate a creative tool set, and provide meaningful insights and structure generation sequences and workflow. Only through constant evaluation and refinement can the designer guide the AI system toward truly meaningful results.
So most of the people, casual AI user or AI people who don't enjoy AI, this is what they think AI is all about. It's that magic button we press, voila, it's all done. Now, all of us who have been using AI in our workflow, try to get it to listen to us, actually know the reality is more like this, right? You're fighting and arguing with AI, trying to get it to work properly. It's not that easy. It is not that easy. So, the real question about is really not about whether AI is going to be in the creative workflow. It is really about whether it's a magic or it's actually a methodology. It is actually, technology is by itself, right? So how to command AI actually requires much more than just that click. And here we have listed some of the top line things that you need to know in order to really work with AI. Right? Platform nuances. Each system is different. Critical evaluation. It can generate things, but you are the one that needs to decide whether what it generated is useful or meaningful in any way. And you have to have that strategic iteration. Not just keep on asking it to regenerate. You won't have enough credit for that. Right? So you have to strategically understand what is wrong, why isn't the outcome the way I want it? And that is actually a skill that you need to learn.
Wingardium Leviosa. Hope you get it. Wingardium Leviosa.
I think everybody get what an analogy is, right? You can buy that magic wand. Everybody may have the same magic wand, but only certain people can use it effectively. Right? And that is actually the important skill for creative going forward.
So while AI facilitates idea generation and production, it remains secondary to informed intuition and professional agency. Meaningful and relevant outcome requires the integration of subject expertise and aesthetic discernment to effectively guide generative processes.
The room, beautiful new structure. Who is the creative genius behind? I'm Pei, right? That first iPhone, I don't know about you guys, I'm old enough to remember when it first came out, everybody started like, how beautiful this thing is. Who is the creative genius behind? Right? John Knight. Here's the deal. It's really interesting. Architects, they don't have to go to the work site and lay down every brick. Well, I'm sure I'm we're hard at a few times to visit the site. But their creative vision is not defined by actually creating and doing the work. But somehow, these days, some people think if you're using AI to code, to generate images, you lost that creative vision and opportunity. We argue that's different because design is not production. It is a strategic blueprint for the solution. That's actually where creativity is. And after that, it's being defined. Whether it's a machine making it, whether it's other people, helpers, or the workers working on it, that's irrelevant. The true creative genius is actually coming from that thinking that you have in your head, and that's where the value truly is. So designers, we provide the vision, not the labor. Not the labor. So we have to start to get used to the concept of separating those two. What is actual execution and production and labor? What is the actual decision-making process of coming up for research and thinking to come up with that creative strategic vision? So AI can generate content and design, but it won't magically turn you into a designer, a musician, an illustrator, a photographer. It just won't, right? I'm going to use an example of me trying to think, oh, I got 11 labs, a lot of credits. I can become a musician. So I try to generate music for a video that we created, which you saw a little bit. 3 times we're testing. So that's generated by 11 labs. At that time, they just came up with this capability. We can upload the video. So we create the video, upload it, analyze it. We can prompt it and change it. Through this experience, we created, or I created this, what I would call below that level. So that whole experience actually made me realize we have to change how we teach AI. It's not about prompt engineering, it's not about structured language. It's making sure the student or young reader has something to say and has subject expertise. Without subject expertise, so our code can give you code, but when there's a real problem, then you won't really be able to fix it. AI can do its thing, but that is beyond your control. So, the art of prompt engineering. Effective prompt engineering transcends basic syntax. Most of if you Google prompt engineering, you'll find a lot of syntax, right? You say this, and that. But we need to go beyond that. When we teach a student, it's no longer yes, structure is important, but what you want to say and how you say it, being able to understand what's needed, that's harder. So we change how we teach, and then later you'll see in our classes, and you'll later see the results becomes different. This is one of our example of our in-class exercise. This is not about how you prompt the image. For this particular exercise, we give them some keyword, give them some insight. So have the student experience how light can change storytelling through imagery. So all the images are the same. The only thing change is the lighting condition. And students need to be able to see, need to be able to understand if this is not what I want. Well, how can I tell AI what I want? Or conceptually, how do I understand what kind of lighting sense is going to be? So that becomes the core of our AI classes. In addition to introducing what's possible on there, we suddenly give them weekly exercises. Each time has a specific subject. How to try and test about lighting, camera angle, camera movement. There are a lot of things that students need to learn. Or, for the semester, we have music, we also have coding exercise.
So a common misconception is that AI simply copies the work it was trained on. In reality, AI learns patterns and structures from large data sets in a way similar to how humans learn. AI generates by combining those patterns in novel ways. It's more similar to learning grammar from reading many books and writing any sentence.
Yeah, a lot of times people think AI is copying in the head. They're imagining there's a database of all images and video. When you prompt something, they take it from there, copy and paste. It's actually not the case. The way AI learns is like how we learn. We put together a mood board, understand, and learn from it.
And issues such as data set sourcing, attribution, and responsible use remain important discussions. Using AI is not inherently unethical. Any creative tool can be used to copy others' ideas or work. The responsibility lies with the creator who decides how and what to create, not with the tool itself.
Yeah. I don't want to spend today's event time to talk about whether you like AI, not like AI, AI is creative, not creative, ethical, unethical. We can sit here all day. Actually, we can sit here for a couple of years. We'll still be having that discussion. So I usually use this analogy. Steak knife. You can be a very useful tool, and you can use it to kill people too. It really is about how you use that tool, so it's actually creator's job to make sure your way of using it is ethical. Right? And the one thing we do know for sure, though, the use of AI in the creative industry is going to continue. The trend has left the station. So in my own company, Singdao Media Lab, we have these AI ethical rules, and these are the top line rules that we all follow. We use ethical tools. For example, the reason we chose 11 Lab as our audio generating platform because the way they use and create and train the AI was ethical. They hire voice artists to train. They hire musicians to train. After they training is completed, every time, let's say I train the AI with my Taiwanese accent English, if someone will use it, when they use it, I get a cut. I actually able to repeat. And it's much like someone who writes a book, and we like the way they important is about the collaboration between human and computer, not just totally leave it up to AI. Verification is our job to check it and fact check and make sure everything is correct. Privacy is important, of course, accountability. If we do use AI, we take full responsibility for the outcome. The next one we want to discuss is this 5 pillars of creative intelligence in what we call the AI-driven world. And honestly, I think we'll pretty fast be talking about post-AI world. We believe creativity, education needs to be changed in many ways. So 2 years ago, we established these 5 pillars for our own program at NYC.
The first one is the problem framing. This initial critical step uses insightful questioning to find the core human need behind a challenge and ensuring solutions are meaningful and targeted. The second pillar is research-driven innovation. This pillar involves using rigorous investigation and data analysis to test ideas, uncover insights, and develop effective and evidence-based solutions. The third one is systems thinking. This is the skill of unifying all design elements like typography, color, sound, interaction, etc. into a cohesive and scalable design ecosystem where every part works in harmony. The fourth one is informed intuition and final design. This final stage relies on the designer's unique vision and judgment to guide technology, curate outcomes, and deliver a polished and intentional final design. The last one, the fifth one is holistic creative intelligence. This is a versatile mindset that empowers designers to lead projects across disciplines, guiding the entire life cycle from concept to completion. In addition, they need to have the ability to communicate it.
So everyone in this room who know me, they know I'm a straight shooter. So I will tell you this right now. Is AI going to challenge the job market? Yes, it will. But the real interesting thing is, it is actually about changing the creative profile that for designers, for artists, meaning the skill set that you bring into the job is going to be a little bit different. It is that kind of change, right? Which I have lived through myself a couple times because I'm old and probably one of the oldest person in this room. So when desktop publishing first came out, job loss happened in the production department. All those people who build those beautiful mechanical board is no longer needed because that production happens in computers now. And that actually created another boom in editorial design. Because now designer has full control of the design from beginning to the end. There's no shifting to another department. Now, web design, when it happens, another one of these. Oh my God, design is dead. Computer screen will never replace printed pages. Guess what? It did. Not all of it, but obviously create new opportunity UX, UI product design. Some of these most popular design, most in jobs that we have right now was created because of that. That's why we title our conversation today, empowering the next generation of the creative heroes. Because every time there is a technological change, set a stage for a new generation of creative heroes. And I want our students to all be on that stage. So we're going to talk about some of the tangible outcomes from our classes and share our pride with you.
One of the classes that we recently developed is CT380, AI-assisted design. This is a college-wide elective course, so a lot of this course is open to everyone basically in the college. And today we're going to show a few examples for each classes. This project is from CP 380 AI Assist Design Project. This, of course, we have a midterm and final, and this is the midterm project. And for this course, midterm is an AI hackathon, and this project that I'm going to show you is a hackathon winner of last semester. And the student name is.
Have you ever felt like student life is just a loop of caffeine and confusion? In Argentina, September 21st isn't just the first day of spring, it's Students' Day. No classes, just friends in the park celebrating what it means to be a student. But being a student isn't one story, it's thousands of different ones. Bloom Your Way is an AI-powered campaign that transforms Students' Day into a celebration of individual growth. No matter what kind of student you are, the one running on caffeine and confusion, the one still not sure which building they're in, or the one who finds out there's a presentation 5 minutes before, pause, breathe, it's your day. Celebrate Students' Day. After setting the tone, the campaign moves into Instagram with posts inspired by real student moments. But we didn't want students to just watch. We wanted them to see themselves. So we launched the hashtag #BloomYourWayQuiz. 5 quick questions. AI turns each set of answers into a personalized flower because no two student journeys are the same, and no two flowers are either. By the end of the day, Students' Day becomes a reminder that even when it feels messy or uncertain, you're still growing, and you're still blooming.
I jumped on the composition of, I apologize. The student's name is Cecilia, and she was the winner of last year's hackathon. And I'm going to share another great news. Cecilia already got 2 offers for jobs, and she hasn't even received her degree diploma on that yet.
Yes, she got the full-time offer with this project right after the hackathon last semester. And also she just got offer from Google a fellowship. So we are really, really happy for her. And as you can see, each example, we are going to show the final case study video, but also we really emphasize the process, how we get there. So we're going to show some of the process as well. The second project, she also got a job after this class, before she graduated. And this is the final project from that class. And the final project is a meaningful makeover. And this, in this capstone project, each student revisits one of the past projects and give it an AI-powered makeover. And she did a branding project before the semester, and she kind of revisits the project, and this is the outcome. By the way, Paulina, I believe she's here. If you are here, let me know. I'd like to correct as well. If not, we're going to move on. So the student name is Paulina, and this project also recognized from the Young One ABC competition.
So she created the entire app using live coding plus Figma and the Figma Make. So various techniques combined into this, create this beautiful location-based app. And the next class we want to talk about is CE300 Kinetic Hypothesis. That's my class. And the project we'd like to share is called Funny Quest. It was a campaign design, and it's done by Coconut Haying. Coconut, I think I see you over there. Haying. Congratulations. They got this year's BBC Code as well as another BBC Merit Award. And here's the project, and the goal is to really think about how education should rebrand ourselves. Stop that boring templates, and let's try something different. And they created these mascots for our programs. So after the semester is over, and we, Professor Shin and myself, continue to work with Payne and Coconut, and the actual bring it out of the concept stage, and so we can actually apply it. This is an example of how it's being showcased at FIT. These are the animated posters. They are the 3 animated posters. And where it really comes to life is using these characters on social media and on Merge, like little stickers, and really communicate and really speak the Gen Z's language. Celebrating and feeling sad about spring break, putting a face on it, because the message becomes much more interesting and relatable. This is an app that they created to help students take the right liner.
Okay, the next class is CP302 and CP400 Product Design 1 and 2 with AI. So this is actually from the CP400 class who took the CP302 before, and for this class we did Young Brief from Google, and we have a designer here, Yuriko, and you did a great job. And this is about the Google brief, and we can go to the next one. Okay, the next one. And you're going to see
203 high school students struggle with reading. For them, a college-ready textbook becomes a wall of jargon. And when learning feels like a wall, students disengage. In Mr. Green's classroom, that's exactly what's happening. No matter how hard he tries, his students just can't seem to understand the material. Aha! He decides to try something new. He introduces his class to Gemini Notebook LM. Blue is the first to try it. Blue needs a way to study difficult material without feeling overwhelmed. So Blue opens Notebook LM's audio overview feature and listens as the lesson turns into something easier to follow. It could be a little bit. Next is Red. Red has trouble staying focused during long readings, so Red tries the video overview, watching the ideas come to life in a more engaging way. And finally, Yellow. Yellow likes things neat, organized, and efficient. So Yellow opens the slide deck feature, turns the lesson into clear, structured study notes. Before long, the classroom feels different. Looks like this idea worked. Gemini Notebook LM, because learning shouldn't be one size fits all.
same concept called Clash of Networks. I know that typography is too tight, but they want too many awards and have a small screen. Sorry about that. Yeah. What a great concept this is.
Beshki is probably here, are you here?
Beshki?
Natalia? Those are the two students who worked on this amazing project.
Here's a case study video. Because the challenge is from the brief, they develop, students develop insight, working with AI to come up with idea that works.
When people are stressed, they don't try something new. They go back to what they know. In a world of endless choice, familiarity wins. So instead of trying to pull audiences away, Clash of Clans met them there. How do we make Clash of Clans the #1 show on Netflix before it becomes a show? We do what we do best. Radio. Introducing Clash of Netflix. It started with the shows people rewatch the most. The worlds of Bridgerton, Wednesday, and Stranger Things began to look slightly different. Things felt familiar, but not quite. A profile icon out of place. A flicker in a title feed. Scenes that audiences instantly recognized were invisible. Debutantes looked a lot more dead. Epic battles had a few more explosions, and musical numbers had a lot more melody. Then those same words started appearing somewhere else. Inside the game, echoes of Regency romance, Nevermore's outcast, and the upside down. New map, new skin, same glory. Battlers and wind watchers unite. One clan, countless canvas. What began as comfort viewing became participation. By entering the show, people already loved. Clash not only disrupted culture, it became part of it. Clash of Netflix. A raid you won't want to miss.
Well, those of us who have been in the industry long enough know that quality of a visualizing concept in the good old days will probably take, what, half a year and tens of thousands of dollars to get them all those 3D character animation. And right now, they can do all that. 2 students, what, 2 months. It may seem magical, but it's never effortless.
The history of design is a story of transformation. Our tools evolve, manual becomes mechanical, mechanical becomes digital, and digital becomes intelligent. Yet, through every shift, our essence remains the same. Empathy, imagination, and the passion to create meaning. We don't chase change, we shape it. AI is removing the friction of production, giving us the freedom to focus on what truly defines us. Our ability to envision, to innovate, and to create with a uniquely human creative intelligence.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Christy and CJ, for such wonderful and insightful presentations. And how are we feeling right now? Yeah? You guys want to move around and whatnot? Before we do that, we do have a live demo from Wonder. If Wonder can come up and set things up, that would be perfect. And so I'm going to introduce Wonder a little bit. Before the panel, which is happening at 2, they're going to actually watch one of the AI design tools work. Wonder is a design tool where you can generate designs, make precise edits, and put in your code context, all in the same category. ADAC, Thunder, Wonder. It's going to be live demo. There will be no slides, there will be no theory. Just a tool and a real file in front of you. Ready to take it away? Perfect. And if you're feeling thirsty, there's a bar right there. We have a variety of drinks. And yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, just move it. Could you actually focus it? Because otherwise nobody on the live stream is going to see it. We need to see the content. Could you turn on the
Okay,
live?
so if we want to focus it, we can press this, we do center stage. But the problem is that it's
The
light.
light,
Yeah, it's the
just-
light. It's the light in the back, so it's like,
Could you change the angle of the camera so that it doesn't look like that? Because we need to see stuff. Do that first. No, Ben, do that first.
okay, listen, they're saying they can't see, so I'm going to put the live stream on the projector right there, real quick, so people can see.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
While we are setting things up, feel free to talk to people, like people sitting right next to you, ask them some questions. Some examples will be, what are some exciting things you think in terms of the design community? Take it away, friends. Hey guys, we're gonna start in 5 minutes. So grab your drink and then return to your seats if you can. And if you are feeling a little bored, find people who are singled out and try to introduce yourself and be like, hey, my name is, and then you start and then you make friends with the whole design community. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Grab a seat if you can, and we're gonna start showing the coolest design tool. Are we ready? Hello, everyone. Come back. And we're going to start the presentation. So if you can lower your volume down and move towards the room, that would be perfect. Let's welcome Wonder on stage, and Alex is going to present the Wonder application.
All right. All right, for people in the back, let's keep it a little bit down so everybody can hear us. Hi everybody, I'm Ibek. I'm co-founder of Wonder. I'm super excited to be here with a room of so many amazing designers. So I just want to hear a little bit from you guys and see how the audience is like. How many people here have used tools like Claude Code or Cursor? Okay, a lot of people. Great. So today I'm going to show you Wonder. Wonder is a design tool that natively connects your code base. So we'll jump right into it. Okay. Can everybody hear me? People in the back? Yes? Okay, can we keep it down just a little bit? All right, thank you. All right, great. So, super excited to show you guys a little bit more about Wonder. The reason we started building this is a lot of the design tools today, they're built on vectors and they don't connect to code really well. How many people here have spent many hours polishing your design work just to see it in production and it looks completely different? Okay, you feel the pain. So we built Wonder for that reason. Before this, we built another startup, which was basically Figma to code. And we realized how hard of a problem this is. So we decided to build a design tool where everything is code. All right, can I get
I'll be the stand. I'm a human stand on stage.
Thank you. Okay, so everything in Wonder is code. Here you can see some of our own designs. I don't know how we can see it. Great. Yeah, can we turn off?
Can we? Somebody says turning off the lights and asking you should receive. Is it received? No. Can we turn off the light? Thank you. The light will be down in 3, 2, 1. Uh-oh. 3.
Nice. Thank you so much. So everything in Wonder is code. In a lot of other design tools, the way that people go from design to code today is just taking a screenshot and giving it to Claude Code. In Wonder, everything is already code. So the tool is based fully on HTML and CSS. So I can just copy any design in Wonder. Here I just have an empty React project. And if I paste this design, I'm not even changing anything. It translates pixel perfectly without losing anything in translation. And this is why we decided to build Wonder, because the new tools, especially code generation models, they're getting really smart and really powerful. And they don't work well with tools that are built on vectors. So in Wonder, we have an AI chat that also supports all the code gen models. So you can do a lot of amazing work. For example, here we have a component. I can just say, based on this component, can you build a color picker for me? So Wonder has awareness of your canvas. It sees what you're clicking on, and it can help you create some of the work that maybe would take a lot of time for you to do yourself. So here, it just analyzes my existing component. It looks at my styling and my design system, and then it basically will generate a new color picker for me. There we go. Sorry?
We can't see your screen at all. Can you hear it here?
No, it's the live stream. It's the glare from the outside, which is why. Can somebody deal with the live stream while this is happening? Okay.
Okay. Sorry guys, we have this small TV, but you can come closer if you can't see it. So here Wonder is building a color picker for me. Another thing that I can do as well is it connects to tools like plot code, cursor, via MCP server as well. So here I have, so here I have plot code. I can just go inside and I can say, take tokens from my code base and visualize it in Wonder. And tools like plot code and others, they feel really comfortable in Wonder because everything there is already code. So now plot code can go ahead and bring my tokens from my code base. It can bring my components, everything, and basically creates a bidirectional sync between your code and your design. Yeah, we also have some really cool shaders. This is another thing that we recently added. We have over 600 shaders in our tool right now. So you can really create really awesome and elevated designs. And then, yeah, so you can do quite a lot. Here you can see plot code is right now bringing all of my tokens from my code base. It's bringing it into Wonder. I can then review it, make changes, and bring it back to my code base. So there's a lot of really cool things there. So yeah, this is a quick demo of Wonder. It's basically AI native design tool built on code. So you can go from design to production, from production to design easily without losing anything in translation. And right now we're building super exciting features where basically we have a bidirectional sync with your code components so you can design and everything will turn into production. So our goal is to turn all designers into design engineers because we see that when designers have that power, they're unstoppable. So yeah, thank you. You can check us out at wonder.design. And when I do one more plug, we're hiring top designers as well. So if you're interested, just go to wonder.design and in there you can see the careers page. You can apply there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for the Wonder live demo. If you guys want to check it out more, he also has a booth there. It's the booth with a black cloth. And feel free to talk to Evan. And yes, now the time is lunch. So we have food truck outside. Feel free to grab something that you like. And we will come back around 1:45 for the panel talk. I'm so sorry. Everything is delayed for like 20 more minutes. Come back in 30 minutes. Come back around 2:10. And if you're not hungry, the food truck is going to be here all day.
Hey everyone, I'm Dominic, the founder of Team 41 members, and we're the co-host for today. So definitely thank you for everyone for coming out. Definitely check out the bar, have some drinks. We also have Jimbo, who has the best jerk chicken in Brooklyn if y'all want something to eat. So thank you for, yeah.
Hello. Hello. Who's ready for the spiciest panel today? Perfect. I hope you guys got enough food because this is popcorn worthy. Okay? And for people in the back, if you can grab a seat here, please come through because we may intentionally. Come through. Don't be shy. Perfect. We still have one seat here right in the front. And I'm gonna be very transparent with you guys. This conversation, you are not ready for it, and we would open up to the floor in the end too. So be prepared with your questions. Be ready to take notes. And are we excited? Perfect. So, welcome to the 3 scales of NYC Design. This is part of the Future of NYC Design conference, and I'm so honored to be on stage with 3 fabulous human beings. So, the 3 NYC designers, they have 3 different scales, 3 different relationships to AI. Siddiq leads design at IBM, Enterprise, tens of millions of developers. And Shandy leads at Duolingo, consumer, character-driven, one of the most studied design systems in tech. Dalton runs at Beacon, independent studio, physical space, cultural work for Spotify and the NBTA. Each of you has 30 seconds. Tell everyone who you are and what you are currently working on right now, and then we'll get into it. So the format will be 25 minutes on questions, and then you guys get a mic. Why don't you start?
Hello everyone. I'm Dotun, the founder and creative director of Abika Studio. We're a design and experience studio based here in New York and working globally, and we work with some of the most exciting brands in culture. And what we're working on right now is a few exciting projects, some activations, pop-up shops happening in New York, and also an international project in Morocco due in June. So, yeah, New York and global, that's kind of what we're doing right now.
International.
Hi everyone, I'm Shandy. I'm the creative lead at Duolingo. Who uses Duolingo right now? Yes, thank you. So my job is to make it fun and delightful and make it do the lesson. So anything including like app icon, widget, streak, Duolingo score, that's what I'm working on. So very excited to see everyone.
Hello, you guys hear me? Yeah. Alright, so my name is Sadiq. I'm a creative director for IBM Pro Assistant. I did not go to a design school, so if I say anything bad shit crazy, that's
Awesome. Shall we give a round of applause for the speaker? Perfect. So I have some questions for all of you. Through your experience working design and with the AI getting introduced to our lives, what has changed in your design practice?
I think for me the main thing is speed, so just being able to work faster. I think in our industry, and especially working with brands that are like moving at the pace of culture, we're expected to ship things really fast. So I would say to our benefit, AI is able to assist and help with making decks, shipping out ideas faster, even if it's a very roughly one, turning that into something that a client can kind of understand. Being able to make rough mock-ups, like not having to draw a very bad drawing for my renderer and being able to show something bare bones to them translate into different things and making my briefs better for the people I collaborate with as well.
So I think the role becomes very blurry. It used to be product manager, engineer, designers, go through one by one and collaborate. But now, anyone can make a prototype. So for example, our Duolingo chess course is created by one product manager and designer. They just like brainstorming, chat with the ChatGPT and all the AI tools, and they just create a mock-up in a week. Then they will show it to our CEO and see if it works. So one is the role it becomes blurry. Also, like agree with you, the speed becomes so faster. So that's what I will say for the AI changes.
So I think there's a huge misconception on what AI is, right? People assume that AI, I personally do not believe it is intelligence. It's similar to a calculator, right? AI is technically, at least what I think, a steroid Google 90% of the time, and another 100% of the time it's on read. So you're gonna get like some random ass answers. Now, the thing with a calculator, the reason I compare with a calculator is because you gotta know your math, but a calculator helps you. Same thing with AI, it helps you. You still have to know your math, not be afraid of the tool. It's gonna help you create designs much faster, right? AI is not gonna replace you. It's just people controlling the person who learns the data. So nothing has changed, it just has increased the speed of how we design. So I'll give you a perfect example of this. We wanted to do a floor plan for one of the areas in our IBM studio. Now I did not have the architect's context, so I used AI to I took some pictures and I told AI, hey, I need floor plans. Can you create some based on these pictures? And it created me floor plans that I used in 3D, and we were able to get the project done. So AI is actually your friend. That's what we say of it.
Oh, thank you. So general consensus is AI can help you speed up your process, and the AI also blurs the line between different jobs, which would lead to potentially you carrying a lot more skills than you are required for the job. And my question is, and then you also mentioned about how AI is your collaborator. So my question for you, a follow-up question is, how do you decide, because you see a lot of generic AI stuff, then what kind of things do you use for your project workflow to make sure that it speaks true to you, like in terms of you as a designer, your own taste, how do you involve that?
So you have to use AI as what's that word called? Like as your buddy, right? So at the end of the day, whatever you create using that AI, you still have to check yourself. And the reason I was with a calculator is because you do the math on the calculator, but you still have to know the math how to do it. So for example, I'll give you how we do it with the project is we take I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. Wording. But the way we do this is we take let's say it depends. So if we need to concept art or storyboarding, we give it to AI, right? And we use that just to make our lives easier. We do not trust it. At the same time, it's a machine. You do not trust it. You just use it as your advantage, not as a final product. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Supervising rather than
So you always have to babysit. You cannot just completely trust it. It's almost like a junior designer. You teach it, and then at the end of the day, you take the final call if you want to use the story.
One way I found helpful is I don't know everything. I know something. So AI helps me to connect the dots. So if you use Duolingo, there's a widget, right? Every day, nudge you to do your lesson. And I try to ask AI, like, hey, we create 50 plus this art essays. Which one have the most potential to evolve? So actually it tells me it's not for the people already active, it's for the users who are not active. They have widgets on their home screen, but they haven't do it for 7 days, for example. Actually, like changing that can increase so many daily active users. So I found that it's my fault. Duolingo's angry right now. Thank you. Yes, they want me to do my lesson. So it's interesting that we always think that, oh, active user, we need to like continue to like change it, iterate it, but there's a potential for AI just connect the dots and show the AI and evidence that really help us to like bridge the gap and really expand my knowledge. So I appreciate that.
I think a mix of what you both said. On the very top level, especially when I'm exploring new ideas, it's always a great research partner. So I've been doing a lot of work learning about different industries related to experiential and fabrication on a different level. I'm not really too into fabrication, like building things, but I design what I hand off to the fabricator. So using AI as a tool for research and like whether that's once a week just doing deep research and learning and reading. And then on the flip side, day to day, I think it's as good as what you put in, and I know that sentiment's been shared a lot. So always sharing if I'm working on a deck or if I need a render for something, I always have a format, like we've been doing this all as creators and designers for long enough, where you probably have a deck format you love, or there's like a way you present work to clients that you get really good feedback because it's presented clearly. So feeding that into the AI assistant, whatever you use, and kind of using that as to draft the output. So it doesn't just give you, as you said earlier, like AI slot, you kind of guide it. So I think the main thing I try to remember is only as good as what you put in.
Okay. Very great insight. I do have one question for you, Jonathan. From your work, you work mostly in physical spaces like Spotify, MBTA, Instagram, and Go. And AI doesn't actually pour the concrete or program lighting cues, right? What does AI as a creative infrastructure mean to a studio rooted in in-person experiences?
Yeah, I love that question. And for context, what we do at the studio is lots of experiential. So when I say design, that can span from digital design to design that becomes physical, and experience is really in another way that we like to say experiential. So we want an experiential mean could be like a pop-up shop program, an activation, those kinds of things. And the way we think about experience is not just, oh, a brand wants to do a coffee shop activation or take over this, I don't know, cookie place or whatever. We think of it as more like what's the experience of the brand's attendees, what's the experience of the people that are loyal to the brand, how can they experience the brand in a physical space. So for us, I think, like you said, AI doesn't do the actual physical build, and that's the part of the job that I obviously love as well, seeing everything go from digital to IRL. So when we think about AI as creative infrastructure for the studio, it's really about going back, how can it be a research partner, how can it be and that research partner comes more in the beginning of the process, where if we're working with a client maybe we haven't worked with before, or doing research on that client, even if it's a client we're familiar with, doing research on what have been the past experiential activations they've done in the past. How are people online talking about their experiences, and what can we do differently, or what can we offer that is going to make this experience a little bit more unique. My ethos is I don't like just doing activations and slapping logos everywhere, so that's where our genius comes in, is really in the experience of the people, and I think the AI genius comes in is expressing that to the client. So like showing the render, or being able to take a preliminary render to our actual 3D render to make that accurate to scale, and all that in between supportive work when we're going from like digital to that IRL build. Yeah.
So it's mostly like unique from your experience working in the experiential space, as well as like your taste. Perfect. The owner with taste is just different. Back to Shandy. Question. I especially love the mascot, like their marketing is just perfect. And I do want to know how you work in Duolingo to create playful, character-driven, and really emotional parts. Like how do you use AI, or do you ever use AI in that kind of creation? Or what are some things that AI can't really do for your job?
Yeah, I think the part of my job is to have fun. Really have a good time. I think everyone connected. When you see Duo, you see a friend, you see your buddy. So how can we make it human? How can we make you feel bad so you have to do your lesson? Sometimes my partner just look at my screen like, wait, you're just throwing around Duo faces. Like, what do you do? But that's the magic of Duolingo, because Duolingo is your friend, like really like nudge you to do your lesson. And how can we make Duo really human? So sometimes for me and my coworker, when we do the mood board, like we just put a lot of memes, like really funny memes, like how can we make it Duo like a human when you don't do your lesson? He needs to cry, he needs to be angry, he needs to like your mom, your dad. So look at different human faces, like, and some of our coworkers, they do improv comedy. And it's not kind of like human interaction, even when we are writing notification. A lot of people think Duolingo notification very, very creative and very manipulative. But yes, it is. Like, why don't you do your lesson? So there's a way for our product copywriters, like they come up with some concept and we use AI to scale it. So that's it, they have like 10 directions, then we scale it to 100. Then we will test it with different users. Maybe for CJ, like this more like skills training notification work for you, but for eating it's more like encouraging. So we use AI to try out different variation and really personalize the notification you receive.
That's fascinating. I didn't know you guys use memes. Wow, that's cool. And for Siddiq, I have a very, like, I'm always wondering, you lead design and motion for IBM's AI code assistant. When a developer is staring at your interface, what's the one design decision you fight hardest for? And why does that one matter more than everything else?
So, I mean, I get in a lot of trouble with IBM for all of like a lot of friction, but it's a good thing. You don't have to friction. But I always believe that presentation is everything, right? And that's what Apple does too. They can literally sell you like a plastic bag wrapped in a nice package, and people will sign up for it. Just give presentation and everything. So, for example, like in an application and whatnot, you can have, you know, like the best application ever. If that application is ugly, not presentable, not pretty, people will not be attracted to it. And I think that's one of the reasons why Duolingo is so successful, at least in my opinion, is because of the characters people associate with. I thought this was horrible. But even that cute character, like I said, like, you know, it seems friendly. The same thing with IBM. For example, the character that represents the book, his name, it's not a hint, but he's called Bob, right? It's the most human AI you can think of. If you look at Bob, you go to Google and type Bob, yeah, this is an IBM product. And the reason being is because of presentation. It wants to be very approachable to the user. And Bob has turned into like one of like IBM's most favorite products. Like people love Bob. So presentation is everything.
Very cool, very cool. So like you fight hardest for presentation. When the developer says we should code this way,
Right.
how would you?
Not just, you know, like for developers, but for branding itself. In fact, this week I got yelled by branding for saying, you know, like we're just way too outrageous. And I told them outrageous is good because we need to do something different to attract, you know, customers and clients. Like you have to move on to the time. So even if a developer is like, hey, this is not gonna look good, whatever, like it has to look good, you know. Because humans, when they visit the application or like, you know, the user interface, they are looking at the visual
that career survives when AI is doing the first 80% of every craft that you can do?
So everything survives. Again, AI is like an advanced calculator, right? Like you don't see like calculators replacing like a traditional like mathematician or scientist. It's a tool you use it. So let's say that I'm in motion, right? It's not gonna replace it. It's just gonna enhance it. It's gonna get results much faster. But if I had to, like I was thinking about this like a few months ago, like a lot of design can be replaced. There's like one design that will always be needed by humans, right? And that is industrial. That's the design we actually use, touch, it just works, right? But then I have to like ask myself, wait, what about UI and UX? That's what we use to interact with on phones and whatnot. So I think everything is going to survive. You just have to evolve with it. AI is not a problem. AI is like a
Nice, just like Bob.
yes,
Just
Bob.
like Google.
Bob is great.
To you, Shandy, at Duolingo you have a 200% org behind you. And switching to Asian Creative Foundation, you are rebuilding community by hand. Where does AI help? And where does it actively get in the way?
Yes, I have 2 jobs, actually 3 jobs. First job, I'm a creative lead at Duolingo. Second job, I'm the co-founder and president of Asian Creative Foundation, is my nonprofit. Also, I need to take care of myself. That's the third job. So, speaking to the second job, ACS, how does AI help? So, ACS started like almost 8 years ago. We started very small to connect with a lot of people with the same background. I'm from Taiwan. When I say I want to be an artist, my mom said, "Are you out of your mind? You're not going to make any money. You'll starve yourself." That's why when I come to New York, there are so many different diversity. I want to connect with people with a similar cultural background. So that's how we started. And now we pivot to connected creative with nonprofits. So how does AI help us to get to where we are? I would say mostly no. I think it's a lot of like human connection, like really listen to what we want and talk to the nonprofit I want to work for. So for example, this year we work with Brooklyn Community Pride Center. They're around Best Side. They want to do a rebranding because next year will be their 20-year anniversary. So that is, I talk to them, I send a cold reach email, say, hey, I want to work with you. What do you think? And really allow like really human connection and like passion and patience to persuade them to work with us and collaborate with us. And then we go from there. So I think for community building, like this event is so amazing. So thank you for inviting us. It's really like, yes, thank you. Shout out to DC and I can talk about so much AI. Sometimes like, oh, I'm so over it. But really imagine like the human interaction and connection you have today might bring you to a next job, next friendship, next relationship could be. So I really holding to the human connection. I believe it so much.
Yes, that's so beautiful. We love big communities where people make big connections. And I have a question for you that's perfectly leading into a question I have for you, Dustin. For your work, third culture lens always show up. So what gets flattened by AI tools, trained on a narrow dataset, and where do you push back harder?
So by third culture lens, well, I would call myself a third culture kid because I was born in New York, grew up between Lagos and London, and now I live in New York, so just that moving around. So the studio is built on this idea of a third culture lens where we look at things globally, even down to the designers we work with, the fabricators, 3D renders, whole team. It's not even like a quote-unquote like diversity thing, it's just like rooted in who I am and who the type of people I work with, and again, even the people we work with are just people I find like incredibly talented, and I'm lucky to be able to work with such a like great group of people. So that third culture lens just comes in from the idea of like how can we bring different cultures, different ways of doing things into some of these global brands that we work with, especially brands that are looking to dare to be different, are looking for a new way to look at things, even if it's as basic as a brand dinner. Like, how can we curate that experience to be something that speaks to different people? And it's really in the small details. So when we're relating that kind of looking into projects, I think where I would push back with AI is in that, and goes back to what you both have said, in that human connection. There's things that you just can't replace with some of the work we do, I believe. And always just looking at AI as like kind of a tool. So even as I'm working on projects, there's a certain stopping point where it kind of drops off and it's like, okay, we're working on this as a team, as a people, and we're kind of we've used the tool and we're kind of done with it now as it relates to this project. And even if we are going, like if I'm going back and forth, for example, with AI, just looking at some ideas for a potential event, a lot of those initial thoughts will come from me, or I'm still shaping some of those outputs by what I know or the human conversation I've had with the person in that company, and like hearing, it's not always what a client says on a call, oh, we want to do a dinner and we want to highlight this and we want to do this. It's kind of like, what is the emotional reaction that you want from the people that attend? And especially if we're doing projects that are closer to home, we can also speak to those things and be like, okay, for someone with my background, this is what I would appreciate seeing in a space. And I think things like that, you just can't get those nuances. Even as people are like, even as we have client meetings and we're giving feedback and going back and forth, ideating, some of those human connections, human reactions, you can't get from AI. So that would be the pushback.
Yeah, good pushback. Because I think all of you showing up today means that there's a craving for a design community where people actually show up for each other and they learn from each other. And I would love to applaud all of you for taking your time from a Saturday, to come to here. And thank you so much for your response about the human connection and the human connection. And I do want to ask you a question that everybody is thinking about in terms of hiring. Are we interested in learning more about hiring from the speakers? Good. So, what are you currently looking for in terms of your hiring, like hiring any junior designer or any kind of design? What are you looking for that's different than when you were in 2024? What are some particular aspects you're looking for? Which light? The front light. Can we turn on the front light? Are we getting sleepy? Right. Can we turn on the... These lovely faces. Look at those beautiful faces. A big smile. Okay. Do you want me to repeat the question? Okay, so I'll repeat the question. Look at my lips, okay? The question is, what changed for you in terms of hiring that's different than when you were hiring in 2024?
Okay. I think for me, what I would look for is just people with interesting backgrounds. I like working with people that have a range of skills, and I think even the way I started my studio, I've done very random things that have led to me starting my agency from graphic design. Well, they're not random, they're related to graphic design, photography. I've kind of dabbled in a little bit of everything, so I feel like people that are very curious, and I think that curiosity will come off in the way you're even applying to the job. So kind of like your background, what experience you choose, what the kind of work that's in your portfolio. So yeah, a little taste as well, taste, curiosity, and just random experience that can also lend itself later down the line if we do it.
Sounds good. So taste and curiosity. Curious in the audience, who's looking for a job right now? Okay, a hand of people. Yes. So for example,
do have specific programs for people in college or people just graduate. It's called Thrive Intern. And for that one junior design role, we have 1,500 people apply for that role. So imagine for the hiring manager to go through all the email, all the portfolio. It's very quick. So I would recommend you even start from the resume. Don't use the typical template. I know it's very classic and black and white. Try to do something creative. Maybe think about your hobby. I like surfing, so how can we incorporate my personality to my resume? And of course, double check with all the information with AI. Make sure you have a very, very polished, very clear project. But compared to 2024, I would say that in the past, people really look for, oh, what internship you have, what school you go to. But now, I think it opened up more floor to people maybe don't have the academic background. We look for the project, what project you're working on, what are the impacts. So I think that's very empowering. You don't need to go to design school, you don't need to go to engineering school, but you can create a project that really resonates, and the work speaks to itself.
You make 2024 sound like 2,000 years ago. So this is just me speaking from my experience, like how IBM does it. IBM does it a more, like a professional, typical type of hiring and whatnot. So if a designer sends me their resume, right, the first thing that I look for actually nowadays is errors, right? And if there's like errors in there, I follow. The reason being is because that tells me the resume was made by a human, right? If you see a resume that's just like so synthetic and it just sounds like art, right? Like it's like you're talking to a human. If you want another human to feel like respect you, it has to talk to you. For the most part, don't be go crazy with it, right? But more important than the resume, the thing that I always look for is beautiful art. I'm like a sucker for like beautiful designs, right? If a designer sends me like a portfolio and it's just like holy crap, and their resume is just like like a napkin with like name and phone number, I want to talk to that. Because at the end of the day, this is not just like maybe like shallow, like just going to design and and so on. At the end of the day, like let's say if I hire a designer. Okay, I get to deal with that designer, but the world sees the way how he communicates through that design. So it means like the world is going to see that design, and I can see that design. So design and beautiful design is everything. And errors, but through spelling.
Errors can also be very beautiful. Perfect. So, thank you so much for answering all those questions. They're quite difficult questions. And we're going to open up to the audience. Are we ready to ask any questions? Please raise your hand. Oh, okay. I'm going to give you the mic. Take it away. Stand up and say your name. Okay.
Hi, I'm Sakshi. I wanted to ask two questions because that's excellent. The first question was what you just discussed about how you want to see UX design or any design resume to be more human. What do you mean by that? Like, what are you talking about, like a certain format for bullet points? Because I feel like a lot of people follow like the star format for bullet points. My second question was, when you want to demo your product, what tools do you use in order to make your demos be pretty? And how do you basically go about making it better, especially for when you're demoing like AI products?
Okay. So when I mean by like like more human in the resume, but I'm comparing this to the 2024 era of hiring versus like right now, because before depends. Like, you have to know your audience, right? Like, who are you trying to impress? If I'm trying to impress, like the CEO of IBM, I have to, like make it pretty, but at the same time a bit, very IBM-ish. But if I'm trying to impress, like trying to do a collaboration with like Lego and whatnot, I'm gonna go crazy, I'm gonna go crazy with it. So you have to know your audience. Then you choose your tool. That's like, you making a dish. You want to choose sugar, spice, etc. And then you just feed it to that person. Sorry, Mr. Clemens.
Your question is how to balance like the AI perspective also human, because a lot of companies they use AI recruiters to review all the resume, right? That's your question.
Do you want me to answer? All right. So you have to work the system, right? You can still talk in a human way, but you have to use some of these words that are in that description, right? So let's say if they're hiring for like, hey, we're looking for potato, right? You gotta be like, hey, I work with potatoes when I was in this company, etc., etc., etc. So you fulfill two things. You talk like a human, and at the same time you throw in a potato there for the catch.
Yeah, I think definitely like look at the job description, and what I would do is each job has different descriptions, so really like tailor on the company, like what they are looking for. So that would definitely cross reference. But I think for the art perspective, I think the resume is your canvas. Like you can create your own style, own like Parker takes some logo. I think that really like wow, this is different. This is so fun. And same for with your portfolio as well. Like the big and I said, like work speak to itself. Don't do too much description about what you have done. Oh, I use Claude, I use Lovable, I use everything. We don't care. We want to see the end result and really grab the attention first. Then I will read through the details. So it's all about storytelling and presentation.
Also on that note, on top of a different perspective, I think similar to what Eddie said about tailoring to your audience. So it depends on what kind of jobs you're looking at. If you're looking into like powerhouses, like the companies that they work out, then yeah, you kind of have to work the system, and obviously, so you can get through the first step and through the door. I think if you're going for more like smaller companies or companies that you know for sure they're not using a recruiter or any of those things, you definitely have a chance to make your approach more human, more tailored, more designed and curated for you. You can even stalk the people at the companies, and like, especially for companies that are very founder-led, and I would say, I'm not sure what your field is, but like for beauty brands or just brands that are very deep into culture and like show up a lot online and digitally, usually, and have strong stories, usually you can kind of tell how involved the founders are and what that team looks like. So I think you can really go far, and even it can be as simple as tailoring the email that you send the resume in, and kind of being like, hey, I saw you all did this recent thing, this was amazing, and please spoke to me as a so-and-so because of this, and that way you're garnering their interest to even open the resume, because I think that's already like a blocker, and like if you're getting 1,500 applications, like what can you do to kind of add a personal touch, even if you are sending the same resume, or you can just make a different resume depending on your industry, the type of client, that kind of thing. Sorry, what type of job?
I want to add something. Code DM works. I got got a code DM. I sent code DM to a bunch of speakers for the lineup, and then they said, well, some of them they said yes. If you don't put yourself out there saying that you are interested in a certain part, they wouldn't know. So just manifest that into the universe, but still have the actions followed up. So you can do informational interview, just reach out on LinkedIn, whatever social media, and then stalk people. Politely, not too much. Feel free to stand up and introduce your name, and yeah, you can move from there.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I work with product design and design research. I'm curious how you spend your time outside of your respective roles, thinking about practice, how much time are you devoting to staying curious, to learning, to coming to events like this, and how do you manage all of that along with all of the work that you're putting in Duolingo and IBM and Adobe?
I think for me, things like that are in phases. But I think my main philosophy of my life is like I like to enjoy my life. So that is the top of my list, and then everything else is kind of after. So what does that look like when I'm obviously working? And I also work a lot, and like I work more casually because I kind of like built that system. Like I run my own agency, so I built that system, but at the same time I have people to answer to. So I try and find pockets of time, and I think it comes in phases. Like especially when we're going through slower seasons, that would be my time where I can go to events, come to events like these, network, vibe, have fun, that kind of thing. Right now I'm in my like lock-in season, so there's not much time for that. But yeah, I do that by finding like pockets of time. Like right now I'm about to travel and vibe for like 10 days and then come back and then I have work. So yeah, and the lines do get blurry, but I think you have to find what works for you. I work one day, play the next day, but always find time to enjoy. Yeah.
Yeah, you're asking like what do we do outside of our work and how do we find the balance? Is that
How do you practice?
how do I practice? Practice my craft, my art, my skill? Yeah, definitely. I think I go through different phases. One thing, yeah, stay curious. I love to learn a lot of things. I went to improv class, I went to creative writing class, and now I took Spanish class because I want to learn more about Spanish. And also being outdoor, like going to the forest, like really, I think a lot of things like get inspiration from outside of the people you work with, the people you connect with. I think like being with the people around. I think the people inspire me what to do. So Duolingo, I like it because it's a really playful job, but I want to help nonprofits, so I started my own nonprofit and also have my personal work. So I found like that's a nice balance. Maybe one day I'll be an entrepreneur, I don't know. That sounds like you really need to be in your job. But I like the balance. After shutting down my laptop, I don't even think about Duolingo other than doing my lesson. So I like the flexibility of it.
So first of all, I freaking love you here. Like I expected by the question. But luckily enough, like I do design for fun. I'm like one of these designers, like after I'm done designing, I go home and I continue designing. And it's crazy how beautifully it works out because the past few jobs that I was able to land was due to stuff that I was doing out of my passion, right? Like I had a YouTube channel just making like random like video game concepts, of like animations, designs and whatnot. So even when I was getting hired at IBM, like they originally did not want to hire me for a visual designer. The post was for visuals, but they saw that video like really want you for motion, right? I was like, all right, and then that thing led to another thing. Same thing, like have gotten a lot into like sticker making, and it has gone insane in IBM. People are demanding like all the workplace, and people see these stickers and makes connections. So do what you love, right? People will always like find you, and at times you can even like put you with a job, or you don't like offer an attention.
come from a very traditional UX design background where research plays a big role. And after AI has been developing so fast, how people talk about is how you can ship a lot of things really fast and test with users and that. And kind of make me feel like we're ignoring the part where research happens. And Shannon, when you mentioned Duolingo, like how we can personalize notifications and for different people, probably that depends on how often you tap on the notification and how you respond with it, and then that gets personalized. I don't know how that works, but that's my imagination. So that sounds like a lot of the like end result or are falling on the users instead of us supporting them at the beginning of the design. So where do we go from there? And how do designers who, like several of us were talking about that in the break, how do we go if that's something that we do care about in this way? Thank you.
Yeah, so you're saying that you're from the traditional UX role. We always we start with user research, then we do ideate. But I think a lot of companies, at least for Duolingo, to be honest, we want to launch to users, then users tell me what it is. So I think there's pros and cons. Sometimes you ask users what they want. Yeah, it really depends on how you ask them. But I'm trying to think of a good example. Sometimes we just test out different options and see what performs well, and we can continue doing that. And that's good because very fast, we very data driven. But the downside is sometimes we launch it and we fail, and we don't really dig into it. So I think there's a quantitative and qualitative data behind it. I think it's a really great skill to have, always ask about why and dig into the problem. So I think that's a great skill to have. But in Duolingo, I do think product research, user research is getting deprioritized because of the speed of AI and product.
All right, so full disclosure, I'm more of on the branding side of things rather than the UI side of things. But one thing that is true across all of these areas is you always have to listen to the users, right? If you make something and there's no research behind it, eventually you get feedback from people like your stuff. And some of the most successful companies and the most loved companies in the world are companies that actually listen to their users. I'll give you a perfect example. Steam, the video game company, they always listen to their users. So if they are like, hey man, this button is broken, we do not like this. They take that research and then eventually the next release, they listen to it and the users become so much happier. Again, I'm more a brand side of things, but it's wrong.
Hi. Okay. My name is Roby. Nice to meet you guys. So I traditionally come from a computer science, more software background, and I'm really interested in your opinions on this question. I'm also a chess content creator, so I love when you mentioned the chess side of Duolingo. I think it's really interesting, and I'm curious about that as well. But what is your favorite inspiration or sources you might turn to when you feel stuck, or when you need help deciding between a specific feature that you might want to launch, or just an idea that you have? Do you use AI to brainstorm and kind of go back and forth, or do you turn to other things when you just feel uninspired or you want to choose between different ideas?
So do you what inspires us to unblock things?
Yeah, to unblock yourself. Sometimes there's decision fatigue and things, or you might just feel talking to someone would help maybe. I'm not sure. That's my question.
If I'm working through an idea and I'm stuck, I would probably, and it's more of a fatigue thing, I would probably disassociate. So I would go outside. I like to talk to friends that have no idea as well about my work or obviously they know my background, but love talking to friends, especially if they're not doing the same thing as me, because sometimes we're in a bubble of we fully understand what we're doing, we get the idea, but on the day-to-day person that doesn't know the background of what you do, what is their initial reaction? and that usually unlocks something, because sometimes you're thinking about it too much and maybe making things too technical. And sometimes the person, especially for my line of work, like the person that's coming to an IRL experience is somebody who just loves this brand. And I'm trying to make this super complicated build that means 10 different things, and it's like, actually, sometimes it can just look like this one thing and have this one purpose, and sometimes, yeah, that's the solution. So just being able to like go outside, talk to friends, show people things with no context and see what their initial reaction is. And then usually, yeah, we'll find the answer eventually. Sometimes you just need to step away.
Most designers, and I may be wrong, like I said, I'm not like a traditional educated designer, but the reason I got into design is because of video games and anime and all that fun stuff, right? So if something I cannot figure out, and I'm just like stuck with design, the best thing to do, like you said, like, you know, like go walk outside, check your laptop, sometimes even just, you know, taking a nap, go to sleep. Like, I mean, you need rest, you're a human being. Rest, wake up, you might have an idea, you might not. A lot of times some of the best, you know, like solutions and ideas come like from these experiences. So don't force it, you know, just go about your day, do what you love, whether it's like listen to music, play games, whatever it may be. It's gonna come naturally. The more you force it, the more it's not gonna come.
I'm curious, are you working on any design project right now and you have a blocker? A leading question.
Maybe asking for a friend.
Yeah. No, I think like when I'm stressed, I go for a run. I just like don't think about everything, just pour myself out, and then the next day, because for at least for Duolingo, even for ACF, I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to save people. I'm just asking people to do a lesson. So it's okay if I take a day off, not think about it. If you're a doctor, that's a different story, right? You have to save people. But I think I resonate with all of you. Just like, yeah, take a break, try to find out different inspiration. That really helps to open your mind and get some rest. I think your brain is like your muscle too. You can't just use it all the time. You need to relax, pause, and continue. So I think that's our right.
So I'm just gonna add to this, feels like an excellent point there. At the end of the day, you have to deliver this result to a human, right? But even if you messed up, like who cares? Like, oh, big deal, he's not happy or whatever. Like,
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I actually recently went to an event and we were having this discussion about, especially if something is client-facing, not sharing the absolute perfect thing. Like clients love feeling like they're part of the process as well, or even whoever you're working with. So what does it look like if you show them, hey, this is what I'm thinking, and like show them the thing that's not the perfect, because the person that's using it at the end of the day might be able to help shape it as well. So.
Thank you. Really helpful.
Thank you so much for all the panelists. Before we clap, I have one last question. If you were to just say one sentence for people to take away from this panel, what would it be? Sometimes to think about it. If you were to just tell the group of people one sentence to take away from the panel, what would it be? Oh yeah, it could be like, no, not necessarily from the panel.
all right, so the most important piece of advice, and actually the thing that actually works in life is not about like your resume, not about what your designs are, not how talented you are. It's all about who you know. If you know the right people, right, you can be a complete dumbass and you can be a creative director of ideas. That's just a reality connection. Don't get me wrong, Thomas does help, but it helps. Who you know is really important, actually more important than how you get resume or any of this. Get to know as many people as possible, because you never know who might be that person, and that person is going to be one.
I would say have fun. Very generic, but I think whatever you do, you need to have fun, you need to enjoy it. If And that's what I have the most fun of, like connecting with people, building a community, making people crazy and funny. I think that makes me smile and make me joyful. So I want to continue to fall into that.
What you love, kind of say, stay playful, stay curious. You're in control, and you can kind of curate the way you work, the way you live to optimize for how you want to live your life. So have fun with it.
Then, thank you so much for such wonderful panel. Stay tuned, we're going to have lightning talk afterwards, probably like in 10 or 15 minutes. And from the speakers, go make that connection, have fun, stay curious, and we'll see you in 10.
are going to have a lightning talk conversation, real stories from the practice, the kind of stories you actually would want to talk to someone at a bar and maybe get drunk about at a panel after this. So first, let's bring to the stage Soo-Yeon Kim. She's one of tonight's Design Awards judges, which is happening soon after this. 10 minutes, one story from her practice. Please take it away. Hello. Hi, everyone. Are you having a fun today? Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for having me today. I'm very excited. So today I'm going to finish the survey of a visual refresh. I'm Soo-Yeon. I'm an award-winning designer. Currently, I'm a principal designer at Cisco, and I'm creating AI-driven products. And before Cisco, I was in Google Drive team, so I create Google Drive applications for the billion users. And at IBM, I designed enterprise mobile applications. So here is the one thing I want you to take away from my talk today. Most visual refresh projects aren't really about the visuals. The surface is just where the conversation starts. So every designer in this room has probably heard this sentence, or in near future you may hear this sentence. Can we just refresh the UI to make it more modern? So what do they actually mean? What does it mean by making it more modern, designing simple, designing pretty? At Cisco, I was asked to redesign the app called NDR, which is stands for My Business Report. This is a mobile sales reporting application, and it is used by 7K users in iOS platform. So while the user base looks little small, but it's a critical tool because many executive level members are using it. And since it was launched in 2016, you can imagine how outdated it looks. When I first looked at the project, I was thinking, oh, this will be very simple and quick request. However, it wasn't at all. There was a massive and unexpected challenges hidden right beneath the surface. So we started calling it the iceberg. So on the surface, what we really thought, we are fixing really simple things like colors, layout, font, and overall look and feel. But underneath, 4 different realities, 4 different stories, like navigation, information architect, labels, 10 years of enterprise logic, and outdated team meta model about mobile. So initially, everyone in our team assumed it was just a visual design problem, but our research revealed it was a sense-making problem. The app was cognitively exhausting, so users couldn't find what they need. They couldn't trust what they saw. As a result, they couldn't make any critical business decisions fast enough using the app. So let's dive into the specific pain points our research uncovered. So here's the original version of MBR application. And as you can see, the original design clearly outdated. The data was valuable, but the app was just too fast, a very data-heavy application. The key features were hidden, so users didn't even know things like, where's bookmark? And people are asking, oh, can we add a bookmark feature? But actually, it was existing in the application. We just couldn't find it. For our users, every single tool was essentially like a scan. And they couldn't understand the language. The UI used the raw database layout didn't filter in this mysterious drop-down menu. We brought them right into the surface, making it easy to switch the dashboard and to surface, like choosing the menus between the weekly view, monthly view, and quarterly view. So after we improved all the user experience design, we also additionally improved the visual design. So we had a new branding identity, new logo, including the color, fonts, the new design system, the new design components. And then we moved into the onboarding screen, working with our content designer to craft the copy with engaging and informative and clear message. Then we explored our internal data visualization component using Cisco's broader design language for the inspiration. So we defined the best visual approach for this graph and the chart. And this is the new tutorial screen. So we now have like catchy pop-up and the progress indicator guide the user step by step. And they keep users engaged and educated while making sure they don't lose the interest along the way. So once we fix the core usability, we ask the bigger question. What if AI could handle the sense-making part for the user? So a mobile screen is very small. As we know, mobile screens typically cannot hold everything. But users' decisions are very huge and very critical. So we use the AI canvas to cut through the noise and surface only what truly matters. So here's the concept of seamless core screen. It includes the chat and the summary, graph, and the suggested action. So before users spend like 5 minutes digging through the data to find their right information, but with this flow, they get it to know exactly what to do next in just 5 seconds. So we surface what we matter now, we explain it just in one line, and then we suggest the next step. We are just putting the AI at everything. We are putting AI exactly where it parks. So to close, I want to leave you with very uncomfortable parts of our job. So next time someone asking whether it's executive or like stakeholder asks you just to make it pretty, stop and ask them what hurt. Because the surface is rarely the real problem, but it is almost always where the conversation starts. So that's all. Thank you so much. Before I step off the stage, I want to ask you my favor. I want to take a selfie to capture this amazing moment, if you don't mind. Selfie, y'all, please. 3, 2, 1. Right, no, that was great. Because it should hurt to know what good design review looks like, right? Okay. So next, lightning talk will have on stage is the Sean Wang. He is London Learning Programs at AIGA, the national organization, not just the New York City chapter. He spent his career figuring out how designers actually grow. 10 minutes. Where is he at? Amazing. Look at that. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Great question. She's coming.
All right. Amazing. She does everything. This is incredible. Yes. Okay. All right, so there's a slide where I talk about myself. I already got a great intro there, but just a little bit more about myself. Oh, I'm stuck in the menu. Sorry. I have a scary story to tell, by the way, in this presentation, but the scary story does not involve a conference tech breaking. That's a different scary story. Okay. This presentation is called Haunting Machines, and now I can scroll. And the first jump scare is this is me. I'm an artist, a designer, and an educator. In my primary job, I'm co-executive director of AIGA. We support designers throughout their careers. I also produce conferences, so I know how much hard work goes into this. Let's summarize the book published by Rosenfeld Media and authored by Lee Chambon. Can I get with the outline of the book? Is it in the publication pipeline, or is it all hallucination? All the best. We'll call this person Sydney. I don't know what she actually sounds like, but my niece and nephew grew up in London, so that's like my best imitation. All right. So Louis Rosenfeld, who is a well-known UX book publisher, was CC'd on this email, on my work email from the woman we'll call Sydney, and I don't know what he sounds like either, but as a publisher, it's like, I'm sorry, but it's not one of our books, currently or in the pipeline. Another ChatGPT hallucination. All the best. Finally, I chime in. The thing is, this is a plausible book. Like, I have a background in branding and UX. That's how I started my career. So I could have written a UX book, but I did not. So I chimed in, confirming that it's a hallucination, not my book. Although I'm real, and I might write a book someday. That was also my hint, nudge, to Louis Rosenfeld in case I pitch him a book later in the future. I've already been introduced to him by Sydney. All right. Louis comes back. Oops, oh no. We're stuck in a time loop. That's another horror thing. All right. Louis again. This is both hilarious and disturbing. Yes, it was. Oh, geez. This is the ghost of the machine. That's the real scary story. All right. Here we go. Sydney again. You get to hear the accent again. It is indeed. Relieved I won't be in any legal trouble over my trading name. Something so insignificant yet so inaccurate. Butterfly effect comes to mind. Anyway, makes for yet another anecdote. And so 2 years later, I am telling the story on stage because I was basically haunted by the story. It's like, what happened to ChatGPT that told Sydney that the name of her company in the UK was some book that I supposedly wrote and was published by Louis Rosenfeld. So that's the real ghost here. There's the hallucination of ChatGPT, but this ghost book that I didn't write, but plausibly could have written, but the publisher was real as well. So that set me down a research rabbit hole because I was so haunted by this whole thing. You were promised no theory presentations in this conference, so I'm just going to give you a speed run preview. So for the next 2 years after that, I started reading a bunch of stuff that took me from like Karl Marx to Walter Benjamin to more contemporary writing about AI, also the age of surveillance capitalism. We touched on some Jean Baudrillard. I really like pretentious French theory, by the way. And then we also got into the uncanny valley and also some more contemporary journalism about ghost workers too in AI. You know, that a lot of the times we think AI is just on a server somewhere, but there's actually people who are making like $1 an hour in Kenya or the Philippines, like looking at AI, training these models, often also moderating stuff that can be very traumatizing. So I connected all of these together and I started writing an essay to try to make sense of this original story that I really wanted to make sense of AI. So the name of this project, this essay started evolving. I was actually using AI to make sense of AI. So helping me understand the readings, to keep track of the readings using Notebook LLM, but also to help me draft an outline and to refine this essay that became Haunting Machines. The subtitle was Generative AI and My Monkey Mind Meet in the Uncanny Valley. It also also, because I have ADHD and all sorts of weird tastes, I was like, okay, this is like some AI slop story, so why don't I make some AI slop, but make it aesthetic? So in addition to writing this essay, I turned it into a video essay, because we live in the YouTube age now. So this is a screenshot of the video essay where I basically read the story, which starts with the Ghost Book incident. I trace the path across all of these books and references that I read to make sense of this incident from that was instigated by Sydney. And it's called Hunting Machines. I used AI to do this, so I'll just give you a little bit of the BTS on how I made this. So Claude was my primary writing partner in drafting and editing the copy for all of this. The images I generated with Claude, but then I defaced them all by hand using Procreate for iPad to give it a human touch. And then did some animation with Luna AI, and then just stitched everything together in Premiere, again, to like have the final say as the human auteur here. There's also a soundtrack that's in the background to the video essay. The soundtrack elements were generated by Gemini. That's like not great at making beats, but I then stitched them together again by hand. And then there's also Notebook LLM output. You know, you can do the like generate podcast thing. So I had it trained on all of these readings that were part of my research. And then I just like flipped the audio so it sounds like ghosts in the background while I'm talking. It was like, okay, it was helpful as an artifact, but I just wanted like these ghostly murmurs, which reminded me of the Ghost Book incident in the first place. And then I narrate the actual essay itself. So some lessons. I was using AI to try to make sense of AI, but I was also outsmarted in the process. So as I was finishing the writing and editing process, I asked Claude about our collaboration, because this is also the first time I wrote anything long form with Claude, and I asked basically, like, you know, how was my process, how is it different from other users, basically like, validate me, please. And so Claude said most people either want Claude to write for them or want it to validate what they've already written, using it as someone to push against, test ideas on, and catch inconsistencies. That's closer to how a good editor relationship works. It's like, okay, I felt good about myself. I'm like, you know, kind of the editor or the conductor of the hum orchestra. But then I keep doing these like final like style and vibe checks with Claude before I hit publish. And so I ran it a different time. And the second time, it called me out. This is where I got outsmarted. The irony is that you use the quote where the previous quote I just read. The irony is that you use the quote where I validate your process to validate your process. The essay is about a machine that produces outputs calibrated to please. You caught everything except that. Touche. Touche. So you can check out Haunting Machines. You can either read the essay on my Medium, or you can also watch/listen to me perform it along with an orchestra of ghostly AI-generated music and reversed sounds. And you can check me out at Nishan or at NYC Design. Thank you.
That was great, right? Yeah. First of all, I also have to say I am a huge proponent of Google Notebook LM. If you don't know what it is, it basically lets you validate the sources before you do research on them. Highly recommend. Check it out. So our next amazing lightning talk person is Mustafa Bagdadli, who spent 9 years at Google. Shout out Google. The last 6 leading UX for Cloud AI, Gemini Enterprise, Retail AI, and Discovery AI. Now he is an independent consult at AIconsultant.com. And he spent a year trying to make AI hold context across sessions instead of starting from 0 every time. And he's going to tell us what actually works. So I'll let you take it away.
Hello. This is the thing after. Hi everybody. So I'm going
about my process a little bit, what I have been doing with AI, and like you guys heard about it, I have recently left my job at Google. I have been working as a UX designer for about 15, 16 years. I was in agencies, I've been startups, and Google recently. In about the past 6 years, I have been doing design on AI products for enterprise use cases. So I think it was around 2019 when I made the switch. I was excited as a younger person, and what I think this is better now. And I thought that this would be Google's next thing, and I wanted to be part of it. And it became really the next thing that Google was working on. And I remember around 2023, end of 2023, when ChatGPT came out, my life completely changed. Because until then, we were already working with AI, but we were not working with AI just something that we expose it to the public as they can go and talk to, like what we just heard about from Nishan's talk. There is definitely a lot going on in that conversation. So we definitely shipped the product without doing the UX on it, and there was a rush. Everyone was trying to get into be the first one that's in the market. And if you can remember the time of it, it's Google going down and OpenAI will take over. Nothing really happened. Everything is moving on. There are more companies. There's more competition now. We're all still working towards building the next best thing, whatever it is, and everybody's really working on that. There's, whatever you want to do today, you'll find another 1,000 people that definitely have some ideas or they've done some work on it. So what they have shipped is a chatbot. You open it up and you start talking to it. You get some output, you tweak it, you respond back to it, and then you have this back and forth until things are feeling right for you. Now you start building some processes, you get skills, you can do critiques on top of it. Things are improving, but that's pretty much what we have shipped. I think that eventually we'll see the UI changing from a chat UI to probably something that's more natural. I don't think I can tell what it is today, but that's been my hope since I started working on these things. So today when we start designing or live coding as a term, our design products, there's a lot of feeling going on right now. We are talking to say things like, do not make any mistakes, or as part of it, we say low. I think that what the agents are looking for is more context. And what is really happening in that conversation, you are trying to define a vision to a computer so the computer can execute of that. But there's a lot of information that's being compressed and being lost in that process. And as UX designers, this is the thing that we are really good at doing. We can take somebody else's ideas from their vision, we can ask the right questions, we can capture them, and we can put them on paper so people can see it on the other end and they can work on. So one of my initial work, I wanted to create a glossary, a translation layer. So hey, can you look at my code and make it better? It is kind of slow and messy. Also, the error handling is trash. Low. So as I worked with cloud, eventually we came to a language that works like the one on the right-hand side. You give a task, you have some objectives, and then you define objectives inside of it and what the constraints are. So that's just one way of setting the limitation as you work with the AI tool. But I'll get into more detail. Those things really express on that. I think the signature erasure problem is an interesting issue, and that's what I'm really touching on as I talk about this. Everybody who has been working in this field or has a regular concept of being in this field, when they communicate with AI, what we're losing today because of the speed of things is that context. So I think that AI erases the concepts that we have learned in our expertise that comes with the years of work that we do. So the other interesting thing about AI is that, or LLMs as we talk about it today, not all AI, what they're really capable of doing, finding out the next best pixel or the next best work. So as I work with it, I actually use it as a method almost, because they are really good at simplifying things and then make them really complicated. Like I use terms like turtles all the way down, turtles all the way up. So we just put them on methods, we expand things, we look at from different places. But that's, eventually those things turn into frameworks and then you can execute them as more as a part of your work. I have also looked into some GitHub repos and what people have been producing. You can see that there's a ton of dashes lately. So clearly people have been working in cloud. When you think about it, who owns the IP, who owns the memory, when you're working in a retail environment or in large companies, that becomes a major problem to think about. Also, what people are building, is it all driven by AI? The conversation turns into years ago, the game designers actually have been dealing with this problem, and they actually find a solution that they have multiple characters within a game, and this could be live or computer driven, and they all have roles, and within their roles, they need to act based on behavior, and they also have some skills, so they execute on those skills. You can do things like establishing a contract with your AI LLM model that eventually always refers back to that as you work with it, so that it becomes more like a thing that you have in litigation. Is really interesting thing that I find out as I work with it. This is really the point that I came to eventually. I write a lot more now. The story is respect. The more that I communicate, the more that I talk to it, the more context it gathers. And then you start understanding really based on its responses where the biases are and what it's leading and how you can start pulling the magnets and you get different results as you walk through it. So one of the recent things that I started working on is this, I call it a skill tuner. It's a framework. So I have a discovery, PRD, project plan, design, engineering, prototype, and user research. It goes on different agents, they do different processes as I work through. And they each create a document. So each one of these documents are the documents that I would expect to see at work, like a PRD. And then what they do on top of it, they also ask other agents to review that. So Cloud is capable of doing some work, and Gemini is capable of doing Cloud's work and giving feedback to it. So I have these different critique cycles that gives them better results, and eventually you get these very lengthy documents. What I wanted to do with them, well, okay, I can change these PRDs, I can see the results, but as a designer now I want to go. And the time, it is kind of against us right now. Everybody's expecting things to happen really fast, but things take a long time for a reason. I think we need to understand where AI is good at there and where it can help us have some of those work. So just wanted to put this UX spec that this thing created for me as I was working with it. As you work with these devices, I think one thing to keep in mind is that there are maybe 3 different elements, players in this equation. You have a LLM model, which is owned by a business. Most likely they have their own goals. It could be open source, they will have their own goals. There's you, and then there's definitely a middle layer, the conversation that you're having, almost like a memory that builds over time, and then it starts with the conversation different layers. So I think that the memory layer is a really interesting thing to think about. I have been thinking about, who owns that, especially as the ownership of those companies that are working at when you lead them. Those type of questions will eventually become things to figure out as you work with AI agents. So it's happening today. I hope it sounds like you're all doing that. I hope you're all part of it. And if anybody wants to have a conversation with me, I am here. Also, aiconsulting.com. That's my email. Yes.
It's great, because we're all using AI whether we want to or not, right? Right. Shameless plug, while UTA is pulling up the next amazing slideshow, I am hosting and Connect, if you scan the QR code in the back purple table, we are hosting a panel series on humans in the age of AI. We have some amazing speakers lined up. May 26th, you get 20% off your ticket if you follow our Instagram, which is like hot takes on the job market, so why wouldn't you? Anyway, Michelle Chu is going to be our next lightning talk. She is a senior product designer at Thrivent, previously at amazing companies like PayPal, Coinbase, Meta Creative X, and MongoDB, with work that has reached over 3 billion users. So she's going to talk to us about 10 minutes on what fashion sensibility brings to product design, from the world's first AI fashion agent to the backstages of New York Fashion Week. If we're still, are we good? 2 more minutes. Oh my God, that's great, because then you guys get to hear my stand-up comedy on LinkedIn Cringe. Okay, ready? Okay. Has anybody scrolled through LinkedIn and you see that post like, oh my God? Here's what dying taught me about AI ability stats. Raise your hand. Everyone? Right, exactly. And then you see that they're like, okay, and I've raised $3 million, thank you so much. Shout out, shout out, shout out. It's great. Because that's what networking is, right? Superficial validity and responses on the future of who you could be in your career. Right? Yeah. So I did this stand-up at my launch party, and it was absolutely great, and I'm totally filling time right now. But you're welcome, because, like, it's great. So next, LinkedIn post. Who else has, like, an amazing trash LinkedIn post that they see? You don't have to tell me who did it, but anyone? I don't have a great, yes, Tom. Did you make a bad LinkedIn post? Yeah. He doesn't think so. Who believes it? Who's made like a LinkedIn post that like, ooh, I know that having this crappy hook is going to make a fantastic traction, right? You do that? I mean, if you really were like, you know, I want to support my company, I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I absolutely did make a post. What dying for 3 minutes taught me about my AI baby SaaS company, which I don't have one, by the way, if you actually check out that sponsor in the back. I did consumer tech. Are we ready? Oh my God, amazing. So now let's make Michelle Chu. You're going to take it away. She's fantastic. We've met before. Yeah, we're great. The New York startup community is so small. So Michelle, I'm going to let you take it away for your amazing presentation on AI and fashion and tech. There you go.
Thanks so much. So my talk is going to be on designing at the intersection of fashion and tech. And a bit about me. So I'm a senior product designer. I've worked at places like PayPal, Coinbase, Meta. But outside of tech, I also work in the fashion industry. So I freelance for brands like Four Seasons, Marie Claire Arabia, New York Fashion Week, as a styling assistant, backstage intern, and also photography assistant. And then in the past few years, I've also freelanced for different fashion AI startups. So I've worked for startups like Ari, Cherry Pick, and Gensmo, which have all combined funding amount of over $70 million. So taking a step back and thinking about these two industries, in fashion, the core values here are mostly around curation, around taste, culture, and then lastly around emotion. And when we think about tech, this differs, right? We think more so about optimization, around scaling, around systems thinking, and then also around more logical, data-driven decisions. So when we think about a great fashion tech product, typically we don't think about tools. They feel more like taste and curated products. So now I'm going to dive into a project that I did with Gensmo and take a closer look at that process. And if you're all not familiar with Gensmo, it's the world's first AI fashion agent. It has a bit over 500,000 active users, and we currently display a little over 100 million shoppable items on the app. So the project goals here with the team were One, we wanted to focus on style inspiration. So how can we use AI to generate different curations based on your tastes and preferences? Secondly, thinking more so around style discovery. So how can we help users interact with individual pieces and curate outfits of their own, and also share that with other people? And then lastly, more so around virtual try-on AI. So how can we generate different avatar looks and also recommend you pieces around factors and elements that you care about? So this is just a small graph around values ranging from individual use to personal expression. Also some features that we thought about ranging from utility to community use. And you can see the different points here that range from like wardrobe integration to AI features to sparking like style ideas. And in terms of the redesign process, it went in a couple different stages. The first starting off with problem alignment to then exploration. And then the last two phases focused primarily on user testing and then also on research synthesis. So these are a few screenshots from different webcam user testing sessions that I did with FIT students, and also different artboards from my Figma file that I worked on. So these are 3 screens from the original onboarding process. And then these are 3D screens that I helped redesign. So taking a closer look at the redesign, firstly around style inspiration. So here I ended up introducing a curated set of brand features, really just focusing more so on onboarding, collage-based layouts, and then also around rich imagery. On style discovery, I really focused more so on pre-filled searches, images, recommendations based on the user's interactions, and then also blending that with curated edits, emerging trends, and really just creating spaces that really felt effortlessly discoverable and easy to search through. And then lastly, around the AI piece, I ended up developing different try-on features that would help our users visualize their outfits in a more intuitive way. So that included everything from remixing things that were already in their wardrobe to actually contextualizing different styling recommendations. I ended up validating a lot of these designs with, again, different first-time users that the team recruited from FIT. And from these user sessions, we found that there were extremely positive experiences. On a scale of 5, typically they would rate it either a 4 or a 5. Users would describe the redesign as chic, stylish. We also got feedback that the new designs offered a very smart and fun way to discover new pieces. Really reminiscent of like a Pinterest or a personalized mood board, which I feel like we all have experience with. So in terms of key takeaways, the first would be that, we know that AI currently helps us generate different options and different designs, but ultimately, when it comes to products, taste ends up becoming the differentiator. Secondly, the future of fashion tech is emotional and it's not just functional. So it's really important that we keep those essence related to curation and culture in place and not just make data-driven decisions. And then lastly, thinking more so around curation over infinite choice. So really narrowing down what's most important for the user versus displaying an endless choice of selection. So when it comes to the next generation of designers, you guys are not going to only be building products, but you're also going to be shaping trends, culture, and taste. Thanks for listening to my talk.
Sorry, y'all. It's great. Stage is there. Don't wear platform bands is the lesson we learned. These I keep buying them though, the platform. Anyway, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. So right now it's 5 p.m., so I'll be back between 5:05, 5:10 ideally, and then we're going to be having a round table and then the award ceremony. So there's great food in the back, there's amazing drinks, and I'll see you in 5. Thank you.
before we fully get started.
Hi everyone, I'm here again. If you don't want your Lincoln stand up fringe, please find a seat. I see like 1, 2, 3, like 20 seats and 20 people speaking. So this is a beautiful opportunity to sit down in the seat and stay for the round table. Because that's why we're here. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started with the community roundtable. So my name is Chelsea, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Horizon Initiative, which is a global nonprofit that's dedicated It's a global nonprofit dedicated to closing the opportunity gap for girls. I have my CEO here with me, she's going to talk more about that. For our community roundtable, we have 3 organizations with 3 different missions, and they're all showing up here in New York City. First, my organization, Horizon Initiative. Second, AIGA New York. And third, the Asian Creative Foundation. So we're here to talk about access, mentorship, representation, and what's actually working within the space. So I'm going to introduce them to the floor. First, we have Ms. Cherie. She's the founder and CEO of Horizon Initiative. And Cherie is the founder and CEO, and she's also just a junior at Cornell. Can you believe it? Second, we have Ms. Stacy, who is the executive director at AIGA New York. And third, but certainly not least, we have Ms. Shandy, who is the co-founder and president of the Asian Creative Foundation. Okay, well, thank you ladies so much for joining us, and thank you everyone for taking the time to listen. So I'm going to pass it to the organization so we can hear a little bit more about them. Everyone can shake hands.
Hi everyone, I'm Shandy. You probably see me earlier. I'm going to talk about my nonprofit this time. I'm the president and co-founder of Asian Creative Foundation. We want to connect creative with nonprofit. Nonprofit is somebody help like design, storytelling, marketing, and how can creators support their mission. So that's our goal. So that's why end of the month, in 2 weeks, we have a social impact hackathon. So you got to work with 5 amazing nonprofits in New York City.
Good afternoon, friends. My name is Stacy Panasopoulos. I am the executive director of AIGA New York, which is the local chapter of AIGA, which is the Professional Association for Graphic Design. We gather our community primarily through our events, but also our mentorship program. I do think there's some mentors and mentees here. Wonderful. Our goal with our mentorship program is actually not only to create access and community with our design, with our up-and-coming designers here, but it's primarily to mentor them in the space of work. So we love to connect designers, up-and-coming emerging designers, with leaders in the community and help them actually navigate the waters of this wonderful workspace that we're in these days.
And then, hi everyone, thank you so much for sticking by. I'm the CEO of Horizon. Chelsea mentioned our mission statement, so I won't get into that. Our goal right now is to get 1 million girls into politics and business by 2035. Thank you, and I'm hoping we can work together to make that mission possible. But I mean, really quickly, there's 2 stories that really resonate, and I'd like to share it with you wherever I go. There's one girl, her name is Jade. She came to one of our Girls Who Lead conferences 4 years ago back in Chicago. She participated in all the workshops, and she was incredible. She was in like 5th grade, right? a year later, I get a call from her mom, and she's like, Cherie, I want you to speak at my daughter's summer camp. She created a summer camp, mind you, she's in fourth grade. She created her own summer camp after coming to our Girls Who Lead conference. It was a paid summer camp, so it was a business that she had started over the summer. And I came and was the keynote, and I got to see how many students she had mobilized after coming to our conference. That's just one story. Another story is we have Girls Who Lead chapters on campuses, and I mean, one girl, Akina, she's in Arizona, she joined last fall, and just a few months ago, she went to the state senate to introduce a bill. So those are just 2 out of the many thousand stories that we have, but we want to work with all of you guys so we can hit that million. I know we have a whole panel going, so I won't go into it, but if you do have a company, it would be incredible if we could place our students at your company for an externship. If you have a venue in New York City, we would love to work together and get an event over there. And if you're just here to learn, then you can just follow us. It's her.rising with 2 G's on Instagram, but that's enough about her rising.
Well, a big part of design is marketing, and she got that down pat. Thank you very much. Okay, but passing it back to Stacy actually, because we're here to talk about design, and we've learned a lot, obviously, about AI and how that shapes the design space. But AIGA New York is over 100 years old. So, what does a century-old design organization owe the next generation of designers? And what do you think has to actively be unlearned?
Oh gosh, that's an awesome question. I would say for the design community, I think the biggest learning is the humanity of it. I think we've lost ourselves a little bit in this space, and I think what we're currently seeing is that there is this lack of human connection that is still very necessary in design, and what we try to do is to really expand into that. So the goal for us on the AIG New York side is not really to center ourselves in the space of design, it's really to support our town square. We call ourselves a design town square where everybody is on the same plane. And sometimes we're in the middle of the town square, other times we're in the corner, but we pull people in so that we can all collaborate and help each other.
No, thank you so much for that. I think now there's just so many discourse surrounding what is art, what is not art, so it's good that you guys are creating that space for dialogue to happen. But in those moments where there still be gaps, so passing it over to Shandy, you started the Asian Creative Foundation because you saw that there was a gap. So what exactly was that gap that you saw in the New York City boards that just wasn't there?
I talked about this earlier, but when I grew up, I wanted to be a musician. I love music. And my parents like, no, go back to school, you're gonna starve yourself, you're not gonna make it. Then I ended up going to engineering school, like a lot of Asian kids. Right? I did not surpass. Be a doctor, professor, lawyer, engineer. But I always have a calling, like I love creative. And so when I come to New York City, there are so many creative, they're so inspired by everyone. So I want to become more creative in my cultural background. So we started with a little event, like illustration events, graphic design, interior design, tattoo artists, fashion design, all kinds of different creative. Then we become bigger and bigger, even have pop-up market with other artists to sell their craft. We also have film screening to invite film producers, filmmakers, actors to come about their training. And now we pivot because I want to help out with the creative, also have the same vision as me, want to help the society to be a better place. So last year we pivoted to a social impact hackathon to connect with 5 nonprofits and creative. And this year we're going to do a second time. I'm very excited with the partnership with all other nonprofits we work with. One of them is the Girls Inc. of New York City. Yes, they support girls in leadership, education, and also their transportation alternative focus on bikers and pedestrian experience in New York City. So yeah, we have our own job, but can we just spare a little effort to support other nonprofits as well? So that's why we pivot to the social impact hackathon to connect creative and nonprofits.
I love that. No, that makes a lot of sense. And as you're talking about the different creators in the space, artists, musicians, I'm actually studying international business, so I'm immediately thinking, wow, these are all entrepreneurs. They are owning their own personal brand, they're making the art, they're marketing themselves, and they're selling the product, and the product is themselves and their art. So how do you think personal brand and your own branding plays a role in really making it as a designer that stands out and what many say is an oversaturated market?
Oh gosh. I want to preface it that I am not a designer myself, but I hang out with a lot of designers for the last 20 years or so. I think, maybe controversial take, I think that the personal brand space is a little bit too much pressure for a designer to have that, and I think what gets lost is the craft of their work when it's primarily to put themselves in a public setting. So when we talk, we do a lot of events in New York City, a lot of different types of design events, conversations, and what I keep on seeing from the stakeholders or leaders in the community, they're really talking about the personal brand, they're talking about craft in a way that it hasn't been talked about like in a very long time. So what I would say on that, how to get your personal brand, I think it's more of how to create the human connections with the people in your network that are going to help you get to the place where you want to be. So that is really the access and the resources that people provide and the connections that we as an association enable our designers.
For myself, I'm bad at it. I'm not good. My recent LinkedIn post is like, I'm not great at LinkedIn, but I just push myself out there because I'm the co-founder and president. I'm not just standing for myself, I'm standing for my foundation. So I'm just speaking more about what we do. Also, I'm Asian, I'm very humble, I'm not good at bragging myself. Trying to push myself to do that. I don't know I'm humble, but I'm representing my nonprofit. For a designer, I agree, the work speaks to itself. So when you look at, I think if you're an artist or freelancer, you need to keep showing your work. And people look at your social media, look at your work and want to work with you. But do you need to necessarily be out there and speak about your work? Probably not, because people just look at your work and to know about your craft. So that's what I agree with. But to come, like you say, what's your intention? I like to connect with people in real time. So I like to come to events and talk about our work instead of putting myself like, hi, I'm Shandy. No, I'm not that kind of person, and I accept it. The other way I try to do it is to write. I think writing helped me to be more rational about my decision making. So writing actually gets me some followers on Medium instead of being in front of the camera. So really do what you feel comfortable with and also think about your intention.
Okay. With personal branding, I actually have two sides of this because I actually have been a designer. I used to work at a publishing company before I founded a nonprofit. And I would say I know it can be challenging because I know there's so much work that you're already doing. To now go on social media and share is a lot of work. But with our publishing company, I mean, our revenue tripled the minute I got on TikTok. And I know when I talk to a lot of people who are designers, they're like, oh, I'm not going to go on TikTok. Like, why would I don't need to get on TikTok. TikTok is actually a really, really low pressure way of sharing your work. And my one tip for designers would be to just show the process. Like you said, you don't have to be taking selfies or vlogging when you go to events. But I do think I was just telling my friend about this an hour ago, hey, just record when you're designing something on your screen. When you're on Canva, just record a 10-second snippet or just post it on TikTok and say, hey, I'm working on this. And you'd be surprised how many people are really interested in that. I think sometimes we overthink it. But I would challenge anyone in the crowd who's designing, definitely get into that. And then as a founder, Chelsea knows, our events sell out when I post on TikTok, and that's because my personal brand and my story is really strong. People understand that we're not just another nonprofit for girls. They understand my story and why I did it. So I would definitely emphasize those 2 points.
Thank you for that. I was actually fighting to the mic because I wanted you to speak on personal brand specifically, but actually a different aspect of it. So Horizon, we have kind of 2 parts to it. We have Horizon Initiative, which is the national umbrella brand but we also have Girls Who Lead chapters, and so these chapters operate kind of like Girls Who Code chapters, but they focus on policy advocacy and entrepreneurship. But for our personal brand, a lot of it is digital advertising and it's social media. And she actually before I came in, she designed the logo and she did all of that graphic design herself. So I just wanted to hear you also speak on how you can really use that graphic design to really push through that fashion space and also make images that people want to see and they're going to recognize immediately.
I mean, that's an amazing question. For any designers, once again, my best ideas actually come to me at night. So I figure out one, like, when are you in the zone? For me, it's like really late at night. I stay up really late working. So usually when I get an idea, I sleep with the journal. No matter where I go, no matter where I'm traveling, I sleep with the journal. Because the Girls Who Lead branding, I got that idea at like 3 a.m. one day in high school, and I like woke up. I remember drafting it a bit, writing it down, and like drawing it out in a notebook, and then I went on Canva. I saw some templates, but none of it really like captivated what I wanted, so I just played around with that at 3 a.m. But to your point on how to kind of break through, because the market is saturated, people are going to keep saying that. I would say be authentic, which I know everyone says, but really, like, I chose blue and pink for our branding, and it wasn't because of like color theory, it's because I really love the colors blue and pink, and that resonates a lot with the girls that are in our chapters. I also, when I think about like Girls Who Lead, which is our campus chapters, the branding is a lot more playful. It's a lot more colorful because these are high school and college chapters. Whereas with Horizon, which is the national organization, it's the font is like almost Times New Roman. It's a lot more formal. And that was intentional because I knew being a high school founder, no one was going to take me seriously. So I knew that our brand needed to have some kind of legitimacy. So having a more formal brand was intentional, whereas with the Girls Who Lead chapters, I mean, if you look at our Instagram for Girls Who Lead, we were doing spin-offs of Love Island, Scandal, the TV show. Like, we really wanted the branding and everything we did to really attract Gen Z because that's what our whole nonprofit was for.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Passing to Stacy, speaking of chapters, so we're currently running AIGA here, which is the biggest chapter. So can you tell us more about what the chapter-based model is like at AIGA? And then what is something that the New York chapter has done this year that you're extremely proud of?
So AIG New York is the largest chapter of the association that is AIGA. The one thing, the big difference is that AIGA and AIGA New York are both founded in New York City. So we kind of have like this DNA that we share. The way that we run our chapter is actually through collective governance. One of the things that we, and this is something recent, something within the last 5 years, 6 years that we did, and we realized that if we wanted our board members to be fully engaged in the process of serving our community, we needed every board member to be part of the decision process. So what we tend to do is we report back to our board members and everybody decides on initiatives and things that we do. So one of the initiatives that our board decided to do is our membership program that we currently have running. It's a very short 3-month cohort that we connect our designers, emerging designers with leaders in the industry here in New York City. And this year was the largest cohort that we had. We had over 400 applications for mentees, and we had almost 160 for our mentors, which is phenomenal. Yes, we're still very tired, but we read every application, and we actually match every applicant with a mentor and mentee. We don't use any machines, that is our plan. We don't want to do it. But what we realize is that the human connection and what we take away from a mentees or mentors application and connect them has really been a very magical experience. People are like, I can't believe you connected me with this mentor. Like, we're kindred spirits, and they just have this wonderful connection. We've been running this iteration of this program since 2019, and we've served almost 2,000 designers in a free mentorship program. Yeah. So very valuable.
I'm actually going to pass it back to you for this follow-up question. So, what do members at AIGA get out of AIGA that they can't get anywhere else? Like, they can't find it on social media, at other events at other organizations, what makes an AIGA membership special?
I think for us it's really the access to the community. I think one of the big things that we're realizing is that in the hybrid environment, people are very siloed and very, I don't want to use the word lonely, but I feel like people are just in their heads a little bit these days. And what we do is we produce between 5 to 6 events a month in all different types of design. Our goal is always to engage our community with different topics and different styles of designers and different projects, case studies, you name it. So it's always, whenever we invite a speaker to our stage, it's always with the intention of like, I want what you're saying on stage is giving permission to someone in the room to think like you, but also a resources and access to something that they can use in their day-to-day. So it's never really a traditional kind of like, here's my guiding police. We're like, no, we kind of want you to give us the goods a little bit and tell us, not only about process, but really a little bit more vulnerability. And whenever we ask that from our speakers, it's been so rewarding to see them share, because what we tell them in the room is like, you have young designers, you have students, you have recent grads, you have your peers as well, and everybody needs a little bit of permission to think a little differently. So that's part of what AIGA New York is, part of our membership. The membership, what that helps us do is actually do more. So we produce, in our 10-month season, we produce between 45 to 50 events in 10 months. We are a very busy chapter. Yeah, it's bananas. If you need help on how to produce events right now. But we, from panel conversations to meetups to conferences, we do it all. And I think what the AIGA New York member gets out of that is access to all of that, which is great, but also just community, really, truly. Community building is a very, very hard job, and it's a full-time gig, as we all know. So having something where we can, our members can just look at our calendar and say, oh, I'm for that, I'm for that. It's really the primary reason why our members.
I went to AIG event in New York. It was so wonderful. So one of the brand designer from Zoran campaign, he talked about how he designed the whole branding system, but also talk about his past experience, how he got started, how he got into politics. And that for me is what I want to hear from the designer, not just like you look on the portfolio, but also their personal story. And he shared about some not that beautiful design that felt like more personal and vulnerable. So I really enjoyed the AIGA New York event. You really think about how to curate the speakers you want and the topic. So shout out to AIGA.
When can we go? When are the event? Okay, I'll be stay tuned, as we all should be, for the next AIGA event. But Shandy, I want to pass it over to you, kind of onto the first end of chapters. So, the Asian Creative Foundation, what do you guys do differently than a national organization would that has 100 chapters?
Yeah, we're relatively small. Even if we started like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, we're very local. And we pivot so many different times. We started with the monthly event. We started with the bigger festival with design talks, pop-up market, film screening. Then we pivot to the social impact hackathon, which is all very different intentions. So I think we have the flexibility to choose what we want. And also this is our second job. All of us have a full-time job. This is our passion project. But throughout this passion project, I think we learned that we have a lot of creative freedom. And yeah, we have the flexibility, I want to do this, and let's do it. So that's what I appreciate, the freedom of it. Also, volunteering is hard. There are so many people hey, I'm interested in it, but maybe you send out a follow-up email, they don't reply. Or they just show up twice and they're gone. So I think that's the struggle for a nonprofit. Especially this is our part-time job. It's hard to find a dedicated member to support us.
I don't know if you want to speak on that, because Orion Horizon also is all of our part-time jobs, with all our students, or we have other jobs, and And when people ask me what I do for work, I'm like, what makes me money? Or like, what do I pursue for my career? Or like, what are we talking about here? So even finding people who are like fully dedicated to the nonprofit and the mission, I think it's important in any space, especially not one that's not immediately for profit. So I was wondering if that's a good one to join.
Touching on the organization or how we get the members to kind of.
I would say more so if you talk on what it's really like balancing some of that as a passion project, also having other full-time responsibilities such as being a student or doing an internship possibly, and then finding a team that's fully dedicated to your passion project and maybe kind of like so.
Okay, cool, got it. Yeah, when it comes to balance, I mean, for context, I'm a junior at Cornell. I mean, I just finished junior year, so I'm a senior at Cornell now. Thank you. And I'm studying public policy full-time, running Her Rising. But as much as I love teaching girls about politics and business, I also love working in politics and business. So I'm also working in state government right now with the Illinois Democratic Party. So definitely a lot to balance. I do think something that I've learned is there's no such thing as balance, so I don't really have to give you guys strategies on that. I would say for me, I just make choices, which I think is what I'm hearing a lot of girl bosses start to say now, like the balance is an illusion. But I do think, for me at least, my life's a testament that you don't have to choose. Like, yes, you can give back, but you can also kind of pursue and build your own career simultaneously. I think for me, I have to prioritize certain things. So like, yes, I'm a college student, but maybe I'm not going to join every single organization on my campus because I'm actively building one. As far as how I found a team, through social media, actually. So if you're still not believing me when I talk about the power of social media, 9 out of the 10 members on my team found me through TikTok. I did not know them before then, but they saw my TikTok, they had been following me for a while. So when I said, hey, I'm hiring and I need this, and I can't really pay you that much, and it's going to be stressful, a lot of them still applied with open hearts and open mind because they really believed in the work I was doing. And the team that I have now is like beyond my greatest dreams. I mean, Chelsea is incredible. She's full-time, also building her own startup. So I do think if you're able to convey your story really well on social media, then I think the sky's the limit. Because right now we have a really cool team right now.
I need to learn from you. Yes.
Okay, and then maybe, I'm not sure how much time we have, but I'll just do one more wrap-up question, I think, for each of you. So Shandy, so this room is full of designers. What's one thing that they could actually do tomorrow after coming to these sessions? They've taken all this information in. They all have different mediums. What's one action step for them?
I want you to think about what topic you care about in this society. It could be girls' education, girls' leadership. It can be politics. It can be peer community. It can be sustainability. It can be immigration. So think about the topic you care about and try to find a local nonprofit. They always need support, especially if you have this amazing talent to visualize your idea, to make it attractive, to make a really great storytelling. It's your superpower. So what I want to encourage designers to do is that, yes, you have your full-time job, you have a school. Can you just maybe spend less on TikTok? Like maybe just 10 minutes do some research? Yeah, I think that we all can make this society a little bit better.
Okay, Ms. Stacy. So you were saying you have 45 to 50 events the past 10 months, which is crazy because at Horizon, one event will put us down. These events are not cheap. So what advice do you have for creative organizations who still want to have these nice events, still want to grow their community in that way? How do these organizations survive in the next 5 years without drowning?
We're paddling really hard as nonprofits, as you can imagine, especially in New York City in the creative sector. Funding and grant work is really challenging. The way that we work on the New York chapter side is we foster deep relationships with stakeholders in our city, primarily our academic space. So one of our, I call them our fairy association or institution is Parsons. So we partner with Parsons they donate a venue to us to do an event. And in turn, every student or faculty member that wants to attend the event can attend it for free. And this is a relationship that we have for the last 14, maybe 15 years at this point. And we find smaller spaces where we're like, hey, what support do you need in your community? And how can we come in and help support that? How can we elevate your voice? How can we get you to a place where you want to be? Who can I bring to your space that you actually want to bring, right? So it's a lot of talking, a lot of connecting, a lot of seeing how it works. I was just talking with a board member this year, and we're saying that the New York chapter this year has been really busy on events, and we are also super lucky to have a museum of arts and design as one of our donations. The donation is there, but we do have to pay for venues to some degree, so we want to pay the security guard and things like that. So we are very transparent about our ticket pricing, we're transparent about how all the things cost, but we also are very adamant of making sure that none of our events are a barrier for anyone to attend. So in every event you see at the bottom, like, if ticket is a barrier, my email is everywhere, and they send me an email like, yeah, I'll pump your ticket. Of course, I want you in the room. So that's what we do.
Thank you so much. Definitely taking notes on that. And then finally, from me, before we open up to any audience Q&A, so Cherie, you've actually spoken at the White House Policy Summit. So first, I know she's done everything, like literally. But so for students in this room, what's the first move that someone can make to actually work towards closing a gap and not just thinking about it?
Yeah, for students in the room, I think the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to closing a gap, especially like, I'm just thinking about the trajectory of my career, because I spoke at the White House my freshman year of college. But 2 years before that, I remember being in my room and being so frustrated because I was like, I want to go into politics, I don't have a big name, my family immigrated from Nigeria to the US not too long ago, so definitely don't have a big recognizable name. I didn't know much about politics actually at all, so I was like, how am I even going to get to this point? But I think in the 2 years between when I was frustrated, I think maybe a junior in high school, to speaking at the White House freshman year, what changed my life was, one, getting in the room, but not just getting in the room, because everyone's going to tell you to go to the event. As a student, what I would say is, before you go to the event, research all the speakers. I went to an event, and our state senator was speaking there. It was a really casual event, it was at a cafe, but I had researched her beforehand, and I saw that she wanted to be a teacher, that she had a really similar story to me and my family. So I did the research, I got a $1 card from the dollar store, I wrote a little sob story, and made it concise, and I had one ask. I was like, can we sit down on a Zoom call for 15 minutes? I was a high school junior, I wrote that letter, I put it in a card, and I went to that event. I was super intimidated when I went to said event. Didn't know everything about politics when I went to that event, but I went to the event, she was busy, but at the end I handed her the card. I didn't think she was going to respond, but 2 weeks later, she emails me, not her chief of staff, she emailed me directly and was like, this is insane, thank you so much for writing this letter. Let's hop on a call, let me make some calls, let me connect you. We get on that call, I was a high school junior, I'm very naive, I'm like, this is my funding pitch, can you give me this much? Not knowing that she didn't have money. I mean, she's a state senator in Illinois. So she's like, so I love your mission, but I don't have the money you're asking me for, but let's stay in touch. And then she gave me another organization to look up. I emailed them, nobody responded to me. I was like, bro, why did I do all of this? This is useless. 4 months later, her office is hiring interns, but they're only hiring, I think, college juniors. I'm a high school junior. I'm like, I'm gonna apply anyways. I applied, and I get an email 2 days after, and they're like, Cherie, you do not meet the age requirement at all, but you met with the senator, she remembers you, we're gonna hire you. And from that internship, I got to meet with the governors, I got to meet with the senators, with the chief of staffs while I was working on her campaign. And then I choose public policies and major at Cornell, my life completely changes. I start interning at federal government, whatever. And then one day I'm invited to be in the White House, and I mean, yeah, that's a really insane story, but I think that really shows how if you are a student, who looks like me or doesn't look like me, but doesn't have connections, doesn't have money, that is one way. If you did what I did to like 5 companies or 5 events, I promise you, you'll probably start speaking at your dream company in a few years.
Yeah, I love your gut. I feel like when I first got my product design job, I am from Taiwan, I'm an immigrant, and they say, sorry, we love you, but we couldn't sponsor you any visa. I was like, oh my god, like I really want this job. So at that time I was studying in LA, and the company is in New York, and the CEO coming to LA for a business event. I was like, I'm gonna catch that. So I was like, hey, let's meet up. I was like, okay, we have this client dinner at this place. Okay, so I go, although as a like fairly new grad, and I'm just like, yeah, let's go. And I show my charm. Yeah, I really show my passion. Like I really like the company, and I'm confident, and I need this visa to get for my next career, right? So he was also impressed by my courage. So like you said, I think you should try anything, but also be safe. Okay, I don't have that in mind at the time. Try to be safe. But yeah, I think that really resonates. Like, you need to be different. You need to be bold. You need to listen to yourself and try it out. Yeah.
Any last questions for Steve before I continue to choose questions? I want to touch a little bit on like the designer outside of design and kind of encourage you that and remind you that you're a one whole person and design is not your only thing. So give yourself grace, give yourself time, give yourself fun. Fun is something that we don't give ourselves enough. So just as kind of like my board members always say, I always joke, I'm very, nurturing, being vulnerable, being a nurturing human is so important nowadays. And that's something that we can definitely impart out even though we're in these professional spaces. So just want to remind everyone that yes, you all work very hard, but also give yourself time to decompress and do something fun. So look at your computer, maybe do something with your hands. I hope we're all feeling inspired because I definitely am. Thank you guys so much for an amazing panel. Are there any questions from the audience at all? Remember what they said, be bold. Anyone? Okay. Oh, we have one question. A round of applause for you kids. You're having an amazing event.
Hey everyone, yeah, I'm Sam, thank you so much. I was wondering, so when you want funding for literally anything, like API credits or to get your nonprofit off the ground, how do you ask for that money without literally just saying, can I please have some money? How do you give a good value proposition when you're not someone who's who's ever done something like that?
Great question. I'll give you 2 ways. One, okay, I'll start with this way. If you especially capitalize on being young, capitalize on all of that, there are a lot of good accelerator programs and mini grant programs. That's how I got my first start. I applied to the Hershey's Heartwarming grant. So if you're doing anything that's social impact, save that, write that down. It's for young people, so we get that little advantage there. And I think it's up to 500, which is small. But when you're first starting, that could be everything. So I would say you can use AI when we're here. You can go on to ChatGPT or Pod and say, this is what I'm trying to build. Give me 10 funds that are open right now for young people. Say your age, and it should give you a good list. I'm trying to think off the top of my head other programs. We can talk after, I can give you a list that come to mind. But then second, on how do you even just word this? When I do cold outreach, the most successful cold outreach has been with local foundations. So if you're based in New York City, search up New York City community foundations. And they typically have a fund, and I know Zoran's got this packed. There's definitely a fund for social impact work, and usually they have at least one fund that's for people who are just starting and just building. Because you don't want to be competing with the universities of the world. That's why I was getting rejected time after time. Look for a fund like that, and those are tailored towards like smaller people who are just starting. But to your question once again, of like just sending that email. I've sent a million emails. I was just sending emails before I got on here. One, start with your story, but make it concise. When people send me like 10 paragraphs about their life, I'm like, I love you, but I can't read that right now. So make it like 2 to 3 sentences. This is my goal. Something I've learned is like, start with the really big outlandish goal that sounds really interesting, that gets people's like attention. So I start with, hey, we're working to get 1 million girls into politics and business. The company's gonna be like, 1 million girls, that's money, and they're gonna respond. Whereas if I say, I really wanna help girls, they're gonna be like, cool, so does everyone else. So figure out that hook and put that in the first part. If you've ever worked with a big brand or if you go to a university, throw it in there. And then make your ask really clear. Make your ask really clear. In terms of framing an ask, research them first. Because I used to make asks that it was nonsense because it was like, this company doesn't care about that area, or this foundation only funds these 3 categories. Make sure that you know their priority areas, and you can actually put this into chat or Claude and say, hey, can you write me a 3-sentence pitch looking at this company's priorities, and then give it what you're building or whatever you're working on, and it will give you a perfect paragraph that you can throw in there.
I do want to add a little bit that money is not taboo. It's okay to ask for money, like don't be shy. But also like when you're sending these emails, it's an initial conversation. Always open it up and like, hey, I would love to talk to you about this. And also, I do agree with you, the conciseness is important. Everybody's very busy. I have an knack of doing a very funny subject line. I don't know why. So like if I'm sending an email on a Friday, I say, I know it's Friday. I know you don't want to read this, but then I go into my email. But it's an initial conversation. It's not going to happen right away. So it's a lot of follow-up. It's a lot of talking. It's a lot of back and forth. And the word no is not bad. It's not a bad word. It's definitely just I'll come back. Now is not the best time. We'll circle back. And always keep those people in your kind of like circle. Say, hey, we have this great event. You should come. So it's basically you're creating relationships, and what you want always that relationship to be a long-standing one, even if it takes a year.
Just because everything she said is spot on. Something I've been doing now for like the really big people is saying, hey, you're so inspiring. I have this question. Can I get on a phone call with you for 15 minutes? And then I give them the availability, like these dates and these times. Give them a window, give them time. But yeah, you definitely can't just say, hey, I need 5,000 minutes. It won't work.
I want to provide a different angle. I 100% agree with all the things. Everything is transactional. Think about when you go to a coffee shop, they give you a coffee. You pay them, they give you a good. You work for a company, you provide your skills. So when you talk to the partner, what values you can provide to them? When we host hackathons, there are so many hackathons in this space. It's so crowded. But what's special about it? We work with 5 New York nonprofits. We have 15,000 newsletter subscribers. We can help you to promote your product to this specific demographic. Asian, creative. So really think about like what value you can provide to that company. Not just like, hey, just give me money, because they get something as well. So to really think about what you can provide to that company. And I think be as specific as you can. Numbers always help, some data perspective. But also, I think first of all, yes, storytelling, and provide data and evidence to support your storytelling. So that's how I'll add on top of your point.
And then one more thing to add to all of that, which is spot on, but it doesn't also always have to be monetary. They can support you in other ways. Just even think about Horizon. We started getting donations from brands, which is great when we can have an event and we can provide like topicals or else, like whatever it is that we don't have to pay for. Those in-kind donations go a long way. We recently had an event where we had a matcha bar and like they donated the matcha to us in exchange for promotion. And even like building those relationships, because it really is a conversation. We had a recent event where we had a really big makeup brand their senior marketing director, as a speaker, and she came to the event, she learned us first, and she was like, I'll give you all the CVs you need, the next event, like, choose your product, we'll provide it. So building that relationship, letting them see you in action, like she maybe sent them a draft or whatever it is, can help otherwise, so you're really building that relationship outside of just, give me a check, give me this, you know? And then, do we have time for one? Of course, and then, there's a question right behind you.
Hello, my name is Shayla. I'm a creative technologist, and so it's really awesome to hear all the presentations today, so thank you all for speaking. I also work for a nonprofit called New York Robotics, and our founder is like chronically using his memory to keep track of all of his relationships, and we're getting to the point where we can put that into a CRM or some other way to check and manage and keep track of things as they're happening. What do you guys use to like store information about your clients, and also just like community organizing to take some of that bandwidth off of your memory?
I'm that person. Sorry. I've been part of the AIG New York for almost 20 years, so one of the things that my board members are really wonderful about it, like we want that brain trust to kind of come out and please share it. So I've been very just putting a lot. It's the if I get hit by a bus and you call me people. So we're a little bit we're like just very. We keep it very chill. And right now we're in Google Drive doing a spreadsheet, but we're looking at some CRMs to see where, kind of like boost it up a little bit better. We haven't asked out to Copper, which is a CRM, to help us. Ideally for us, whenever we do or add any additional programs into our space, it's all by donation because we don't have the money to pay. So right now it's our handy dandy spreadsheet that everybody has access to and can write notes and things like that. And
Toast's gonna laugh at me because I definitely can be that person sometimes. I'm actually going to talk about, I worked at OpenAI last summer and I had to deal with a million bosses who had that problem. And I built them an Airtable database because OpenAI receives like every country reaches out to them on a daily basis asking for something. So I built up the policy team in Airtable. I would recommend that because I didn't have to do any coding or anything. And I think one of the templates actually allows you to kind of, I don't want to say confidential information, but I could put like the country on one category, and then I could put like outbound, inbound, like this partners, like this company reached out to us, this country reached out to us, and then there's really cool little features you can add on like, hey, this is what they asked for, this is our partner, this is how long we've known them, and you can put their email. It's perfect. I would recommend that changed the company because it was a hot mess before, and then. I'd say Airtable, I know it might have a price tag to it. Aside from that, ChatGPT, you can actually, forgetting the word, but you can kind of program your own bot. I made a bot for our director of finance, so when she's applying to grants, so this might actually be helpful for everyone because to program that said bot, you can either copy and paste all the data of like partnerships and whatnot that you've reached out to, or if you're super overwhelmed like me, you can just put the voice memo, like the voice feature, and I could just say, hey, this company reached out to me on this day, and I worked with Allstate for X years, and it'll transcribe everything, and then you can just have it in that bot, so that you can send it out to anyone, or the company can use that bot, and all the data is stored in there safely. So, yeah.
I think on a more like personal level, my coworker, his name is Brandon. He lived in Detroit. He knows everyone in Detroit. He knows their names and their history. It's like, hey, how do you do that? I'm so bad at names. When I see people, you tell my name, Shayla, I forget. Right? But he takes notes. Every time you meet a new person, it's like, hey, and then Shayla, she's a creative technologist. He takes notes. So every time maybe he goes to the restaurant, he sees that person again, and he will follow up with like, oh, how's your dog? And he will remember that. I think that really adds like connection with that person. I think that's from the personal level. From the org perspective, I think just keeping a very open, like transparent, that's my philosophy. I want like every Google Drive, Google folder you can access, and you can always input. Everyone has a source of truth.
to go there and update it, so that you don't store it by yourself.
And then I just wanted to add also another thing also more like a concrete I use, because I'm launching my startup now too, and I'm realizing I'm having to like, every time someone wants to work with me, I have to explain it from scratch, and this is what I'm doing, it's so annoying, but Manus IM is like, it's like a learned LLM, and I just dumped like my entire everything, like the brand, the strategy, like everything, all the docs I've ever had, and then I asked it to create a Notion home base. So I linked it to my Notion account, and then I was like, make a master spreadsheet that has these columns. This, so now like when I can just send people to Notion, and it builds it out all completely for me. Like Notion is great, but when you have to build the Notion, that's too much. So I would definitely recommend something like that. They can just like dump everything, and then also when you tap in Manus, anytime you want to make an update to the spreadsheet, you can just ask Manus to do it. You don't have to like individually go in and try to find where that connection is. Thank you. And then I think one more question, and I think we have to wrap up with the award. Oh, it's called Manus, MANUS. It's $40 a month. I think you do have credits since it's a credit-based system, so you get a certain amount of free credits per week. But I honestly paid $40, and if you're using it as an AI agent, it can do so much for you. But I would have to research what exactly it can do, because it can do a lot more than ChatGPT. So like research, because you're paying for it, so you can get the most out of it.
Hi, I'm Madeline. I work in product strategy. It's been really incredible to hear all of you speak. I mean, bar none, incredible drive, the way that you're able to take your missions and all the different, I guess, amount of time that you've been dedicated to these North Stars, I suppose. From, I guess, the different vantage points of the lengths of your nonprofits, how have you kept true to your North Star, but while also considering the modern context of like where we are today, not where we were a month ago, let alone maybe when you started to where you are now? How do you keep balancing all those different pieces and being dynamic to now while staying true to your North Star?
We talk about it. We are very open. So our board meets once a month as a collective board, and we have a little work groups. But every month we have a board meeting, and the first part of our board meeting is a human hello. And that human hello is basically like, holy, things are bananas. How are you guys doing? So we check in with each other. Even though we're a professional org, we're all still working in this space. So back to that space of fostering and nurturing relationships, it's important to check in and to really look at your colleague and be with your colleague as a human first, right? So that's how we do it.
Yeah, I love that question. I started when I was in high school, and I mean, our mission statement actually hasn't changed that much, but one thing for me is I started this in high school, so I was 16. I'm 21 now. I'm not the same. So Horizon, my nonprofit, has evolved with me, and I let it do so. But to your question of how do we stay grounded with our mission, I write it down and I look at it every single day. When I bring on new people, I make sure they know the mission statement. Even when they're pitching, I'm like, hey, this is the mission statement. So because we've had people reach out to me and they're like, hey, can we work together? And I'm like, does this actually work to close the opportunity gap? And if it's a no, no matter how much money, no matter how much prestige, then I'm like, we're not doing it. And it can get tempting, but I think the whole team being able to keep me accountable, and also my whole team is young. Like, my team represents the audience that we're working with. I think if I didn't have that team and like everyone was older, we definitely would have gotten lost in the sauce. But because my team, we're all between the ages of 18 to I want to say 25, we're all going through the things that our participants are going through. So all of our programming is reflected. Like, we've even thought about different events, and I'll bring it up to my team. I'll be like, hey, I had a dream about this event. What do you guys think? And they'll tell me, no, this is not actually going to help. Or they'll be like, wait, I like this, but let's change it this way. So I think the team is everything, but if you want to make sure you don't get lost in the sauce, have that statement like printed out. I mean, it's printed out, it's on my wall, it's on my computer desktop thing, so like, I'm not losing sight of it anytime soon.
Yeah, I think setting up the North Star is important, but also it's okay to change. It's okay to pivot. Other than my full-time job at a nonprofit, I also work for Duolingo. Duolingo's mission is to make education available for everyone. And we want to teach 1 billion people on Earth. And we started from like language course, right? Starting with French, Spanish, Swiss. Then now we have chess, we have math, we have music. It's okay we pivot when we change on the way, but that's the North Star. I think same for ACF as well. Our first mission is like connect creative, and now we want to help 100 New York nonprofits for the next 5 years, right? So maybe we'll change on the way, and it's okay. Yes, but I think it's good, like always checking with yourself, with your co-founder, with your group, like, and yes, that's how I was at nonprofit.
And then, like Sheree said, writing it down, I think making a vision board, I think some people think it's cliche, but I swear by my vision board. Like, I be putting crazy stuff on there, and it's some shit I can't lie, like, but it's because you have it in front of you every single day. Every time I open my laptop, I see everything I put up. Like, even things like my credit score. If I know I want a good credit score, and I pick off my credit card, like, let me go pay it off today. So just having those things as a constant reminder every single day in your face definitely helps. But then also, like, being able to pivot and flow. I think you shouldn't pigeonhole yourself to one thing because you're kind of putting yourself in cuffs when you do that. So just allowing yourself to ebb and flow and like things can change. Like even with my startup, now I've like had different things like go about it, but it's still like the general idea. So like just understanding that things can change and you can change with it and just being open to that, I think is very helpful as well. But I think we are at time. So thank you guys so much for listening to us. Thank you for the amazing questions. And thank you so much for being
they won or lost when they submitted their award for the superficial validity of winning something. And if you're still here, thanks, because we've been here since 10 to 11 a.m. And now look, it's the award time. Who's excited? I'm excited. It's like golden globes, but not as high stakes. And if you made it through here, you can go next door afterwards and we have an amazing nothing happening at all. We're gonna close first. Here is what's happening. Wait, do you have the clicker? Do I have the clicker? Just click it.
actually have a lot of fantastic submissions for this, and I am really looking forward to it. We had amazing judges. Some of them were also our panelists, like Sunyoon, Craig, Jessica, and Justine. If I could have you quiet down. I know you're not in tree school, which I used to teach, but we're almost done. So Momin is giving 1 year pro free. That's a UX and UI design inspiration for mobile and web apps. Really helps you with intuitive design processes. So the winners, every award tonight gets 1 year free. Every finalist. So you should have submitted, and if you didn't, that's okay. Next time. So, next, the winners. Number 1, honorable mention, is for brand and identity. This is about identity, redesign, visual language, distinctive, cohesive, culturally relevant, presentations on that. Fab, and you? Anyone here from my team tonight? Oh my God, you got that! Honorable mention. Congratulations, you get 1 year free of Modern Pro. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, the social impact and design. Anyone? Okay. This is about design that addresses social, environmental, civic challenge. Proof that design can make the world a better place. Can I get a drum roll on these numbers? This goes to sharing waves. Anyone from sharing waves in here? Oh my God, you're killing it! She's killing it. She gets 1 year for 365 days. And if it was a leap year, it would be 1 day less of Mom and Pro. Thank you, you're killing it. Next category, best AI integration. We all need that right now, right? That's work that meaningfully integrates AI into our user experience. AI that makes the product better. Drum roll, please. Thank you very much. It is Shadi Mubarak. Anyone from my team? She's remote, but she's killing it. And she knows that she's watching the live, so thank you very much. Next category. See that? It's the best interactive experience, and we all want that. That's the installations, immersive, creative coding, AR, VR work. We're pushing that interactive boundary, and the award goes to. Thank you. Whoever started the trouble, I think the project. Rick, it is. Oh boy. The Sheeples Court. It's who got it love Sheeple. Thank you. It's Suzanne here tonight. Wow, but you won. Isn't it great to like win something you weren't even present for it? Thank you so much. You get 1 year of Mob and Pro free. And congrats. If you weren't a finalist and you didn't win, you can use this beautiful code, which says Future of NYC Design 2026, to get 3 months free. It's not a year. It looks pretty good. So, there's no more slides. And if you want more LinkedIn stand up, I'm around. And thank you all so much. I'm going to hand it over.
We're going to invite all the judges on top, and while we are having it, Cooper is going to show us his project, and then he's the one who's actually here, and then he's going to show the brand identity project, and then all the judges are going to talk about the reason behind why they picked what they picked, and yeah.
Hello, thank you everyone. Hi guys, don't mind me sorry.
So thank you first of all everybody for selecting this. So Craftio is actually an India-based brand, so I'm shocked to say the mention. And I have 2 minutes, so it's essentially a sub-brand of a 65-year-old company. But as you would know that India is a very large country, and there are parts of the country where like a premium brand cannot reach. So that's the intention behind Fabio being created in the first place. So essentially, we were responsible for the strategy and identity, also the naming. So we do like the entire strat exercise before we get into any kind of naming and everything. And yeah, like there are many processes and frameworks we used to do that. But for this one, we sort of stuck with the root of Fab. But wanted to do something really simple but impactful for an audience that doesn't understand English, but also likes English words. So eventually we came up with something super simple, but also connecting like Indian sort of motifs with anglicized text. It had like the standard identity, typography, but also vernacular sides because again lots of languages in India. The colors and the patterns were Indian but sort of modernized. Eventually it had to go to retail and look good there, but also be a nod to the parent brand which is Fab India, which is an old brand. And of course, the application of the identity, the packaging, and again more application. The main thing is that it had a business outcome, which is something that we are very proud of, because a brand without a business outcome is just a portfolio exercise really. So they launched in mid-2025. 15 retail stores in the markets that they wanted them to be in. But also, this tells their sort of investors that they can reach a new audience, which gets them prepared for an IPO. So, which is like a huge business outcome for a company which has sort of been stagnant at a certain revenue marker. So yeah, that's my project. Thank you so much.
a whole new marketplace, pivoting to a whole new segment of the population. They were still able to maintain brand identity and really smart about the design and also the marketing, holding on to a lot of the typography and also the brand equity that they already have in the market. So congratulations. I really wish you lots of luck, and I think you're on your way. I also, by the way, outcomes, we already see that they're in the marketplace and we have proof of concept. So my advice is, I saw a lot of incredible ideas and a lot of great designs, and just take it to another level and align, get some collaborations going, and then you'll have more use cases to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have another project, Sharing Ways, to showcase, and then we're going to invite all the judges up and then talk about why they evaluate specific winner projects on, and then we will be ready for the closing keynote. Thank you so much for spending so long with us, and we really appreciate you. Look at all your beautiful faces. If you haven't seen your beautiful faces in other people's eyes, talk to them and exchange information. That's how you grow your own community. And she said it's too large to send to the email. So, shall we?
Hi everyone, I'm Siga. So Sharing Ways is actually my thesis project for SBA MFA Products of Design. And so congrats to everyone who finished their school this year, which was me 2 years ago. So in this project, I worked on the relationship between digital nomads and local communities in Puerto Escondido, Mexico, which is a surf town. I'm a surfer, and it's a really popular destination for those who travel to these days. But what happened in Puerto Escondido is that the tourism development is outpacing the infrastructure development, creating a lot of issues for local communities, such as clean water access, like electricity problems, outages, and waste management systems. The local communities are creating a lot of initiatives addressing these issues locally, but the digital nomads, who are people creating the problem, are not part of it. So in my project, I designed 4 different products through experience, service, UX design, and a physical product addressing this problem from the beginning to the end. I started with an experience that happens between digital nomads between digital nomads and their co-living spaces to raise awareness at the beginning of their journey onto a mobile app that surfaces local initiative events, which is also a tech-based culture term, to draw digital nomads, create easy access for them, also a platform for initiative organizers to post utilizing AI that reduce their workload, but also what else? The third one is a donation system between the digital nomads and the local businesses that transforms the Would You Like to Manage Your Change moment into a more product that embraces the local culture and learning, but also build a community for digital nomads and the business that they popularly attend to. And you would be building product called Cook Your Kitchen that those communities beyond a nomad state that create communities around local causes, connecting those nomads with the local leaders. So yeah, I'm sorry the slide doesn't show, but if you want to learn more about it, the YouTube live stream of our thesis presentation is if you search Products of Design School of Visual Arts, it's on YouTube. I'm the last presenter, and it will be on my website soon as well. Thank you.
We'll also share all of the regular projects in email. And if I can invite all the judges on stage and introduce themselves a little bit and then talk about their backgrounds, that would be perfect.
the kitchen activity, make it easy and natural for everyone to protect their account together. And I saw your presentation on YouTube. It was a really nice presentation and talk. Great job with it.
Hello everyone, I'm Craig Spade. I'm the serial founding engineer and head of various startups, starting with one called Artsy, and then a few healthcare startups that I led technology for as a lead, and now that is the roots of my creative space and working in multiple startups in the gaming industry. So, yeah, I've had, let's see, where we start? Yes. So, I will say that everything was very close to me. It was very hard to judge apples and oranges. Some things were more of art projects and more of a business project. So I kind of anchored on the category here, starting with the category from AI. I felt that this project was the most tasteful and use of AI and complete kind of project exploring across the board medium for me. I thought we discovered a really powerful niche, or not necessarily niche, but a unique problem in sort of the Indian weddings that I learned take multiple days and involve thousands of people. I thought this was actually a very effective use of AI technologies. For me, AI can be a tricky thing, especially when you put it in the forefront, something that's more of an art project. And so that's where it was tough for me to judge the other pieces that had a pretty much AI-generated video, where I felt that this was AI being very useful for certain categories to explore on. So for those reasons, I thought Shadi Mubarak by Google Jane was the leader in these categories. Congratulations. Fantastic project. Shows that this idea. Category. And this was also quite a close call for me. I will say that I later discovered that the other competitor in this category had an interactive installation component as well as a web component that we could use Gemini to generate the visual art form, which goes back to my point about tasteful use of AI. This one definitely had a very strong conceptual art. I gotta say, as someone with an art background in pure art, this really strikes a chord with me. I think the combination of the strong conceptual, satirical component combined with some striking visuals and kind of immediate sort of concept that you get and engages you had this one win for me. So congratulations to Dan Heights.
Yeah, I have two questions for this one. So this is really like having a great idea into the real physical experience. So it gives the audience to have the space to think and talk. And I really love the community for this one. And there is a sound system react people's movement. I thought this is really clever for the interaction and making it fun and really like easy to everyone can enjoy together. So yeah, congratulations for the great job of this project.
the most was how is this project reaching other people? How thought-minded and user-minded are these projects, and are they thinking about the scale, about the impact? So sharing ways, I thought that was a very holistic, well-rounded, very ambitious piece, but I also found it to be really thought out. You're thinking about the community that's being impacted, but you're also inviting people into a conversation. So I thought that was really interesting. I think that there was a lot of different ways that you were tackling things. So you're meeting people in the digital space, but also in the physical space. So how do I kind of close that loop and provide access for whatever people need in whatever way they can do it, based on this single mission. I think it was the Shani Morobak project. I thought that was really, really wonderful. It was solving a problem, again, with something that Craig was saying. It's identifying a need, and it's using AI as a tool to help bring that to life versus I just want to make something cool, which is also fine. So I thought that was really great, and I thought the user experience was really nice. It was really clean. It's also serving, again, the user. So who was the person in mind when we're building this product? Are we doing it as a self-serving tool, or are we thinking about who's receiving it? So that was another reason why I selected it. And I think there was the Fab and You brand identity. And it was really beautifully written. It was really well done. Storytelling is such a big factor when we're pitching our work, and I thought that was really impactful. I like that your preservation of culture and where you're coming from, while also modernizing it with the font selections that you use. It also felt really organic and nice, and you were really packaged everything together. So that's kind of where angle I was looking at it from. But again, like Craig was saying, there was just so many really great ideas. It was really tight for me, so I kept like shifting my scores because I'm like, wait, no, like this is really cool. So for those of you who didn't win, I encourage you to keep going and to continue to iterate it and show it to other people, because this is just one award, but you can always impact people in ways and influence them in ways that might not be at this moment, but doesn't mean it won't be at another moment. So nice job, everyone.
Thank you so much for all the judges, Jessica, Christine, Craig, and Celine. If you guys want to continue the conversation and talk to them about like future expertise and the potential experiences they want to explore further, feel free to grab them at the end of this. And yeah, thank you so much for such amazing insight. It's very hard to judge from all these applicants, and I know that you were like debating which one is the best. So thank you guys so much. And shall we give a round of applause for all the judges? Perfect. And we are going to come back with a closing keynote by Gazi in 5 minutes. Hello everyone. Last but not least, we are going to welcome the teacher Ring to come on the stage in 5 minutes. And feel free to come closer, and it's going to be a very interesting topic. messages. So I'm gonna hand off the mic and then take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for making it today. My name is Gazi, and my talk is about the algorithm of sameness, how to stand out when everyone is so optimized. So, a quick show of hands. Who has ever stalked someone on LinkedIn and then thought, oh my god, they have their entire life together? Okay, yeah? I'm one of those people. Hi, I'm Gazi again, and I'm a Bangladeshi Canadian. And for the longest time, I did exactly what my brown parents told me to do. Like, I got my degree from University of Toronto, I got my degree in computer science, and I basically did the corporate tech speed run. So to put things into perspective, this is a little bit of my history. I started Amazon as a new grad software engineer, which I don't recommend if you love yourself. And then I moved on to Pinterest, where I was also a software engineer, and I made generative AI tools for content discovery. And then finally, my current boss fight is Google, and surprise, surprise, I'm a software engineer here again, and I make conversion models for search apps. So if you've ever searched something at 2 a.m. and you bought something you really shouldn't have, that was me. You're welcome, and also I'm very sorry. So on paper, everything looked great. I checked every box, but honestly, in between the interviews, the LinkedIn achievements, I kind of lost touch with myself. You know how when you're in middle school and you think the world is very colorful and you feel very real, and when you're older, you don't feel the same. And I think that's what happened to me. I lost that touch of reality. Because this was actually me growing up. This is little Gazi. Wasn't he such a cutie patootie? What happened, right? But I was always the kid with the sketchbook. I was obsessed with drawing, art, composition. As you can see, I did a lot. So I did digital art, I did ink painting, sketching, literally all of the above. But along the way, somehow, I convinced myself that art wasn't useful. I remember in grade 12, I purposely did not take the art class. I took all the other important courses, but somehow, in retrospect, I don't even remember the courses that I took. I remember the art that I created. So I got deeper into computer science at UT, I joined the tech course, and I just stopped drawing. And it wasn't because I stopped loving it, but it was because I felt like I had to pick a side. The tech culture nowadays in the world, it just kind of pushes the notion that you're either this logical, hyper-rational engineer or you're a creative. You can't be both. And honestly, if you like pretty colors, it usually means your back-end architecture is terrible. And honestly, I just didn't like that. I wanted the promotions and the money, so I kept that creative side of myself in check. Next slide. So for a while, I tried to pick and play those sides separately, right? So engineer on one side, artist on the other. But eventually I realized something. Trying so hard to fit into that perfect engineer stereotype wasn't actually helping my career. It was actually making me feel more forgettable. And which brings me to the one thing I want you guys all to remember today, and that is, you cannot out-optimize the algorithm of sameness. Your only competitive edge is your unscalable weirdness. And I know that's a lot of words, so let me explain. I started realizing a few things. So number one, a portfolio optimized to please everyone will ultimately resonate with no one. So if you design your personal site or your GitHub repository to appeal to mass HR screens, you strip away the very personality or persona that makes you you. And number two, the highest career ROI usually comes from projects with zero corporate ROI. So the moment you stop asking, will this get me a job or will this make me money, and you start asking, is this a cool thing to spend my Saturday on? That is when you do your best work. And number three, being organic is the only metric that cannot be automated. So instead of building another polished startup phone, I started doing And I feel like this is a way that people are reclaiming that ownership over that tech they own. And it's making them feel more powerful and making tech more fun rather than something that you have to just use day to day. And I think that's why people resonated with it. It's something, it's not because it was practical, but it's something that was personal and fun. All right, here we go. So, there are other things that I created, and I'm going to speed run through them because I know you guys are bored right now. But the first one is the sound reactive LED bracelet. I was invited to Coachella, and as a tech creator, I was thinking, what can I make in a music festival that's also kind of techy? And I was thinking of, okay, why don't I make a bracelet that quite literally vibes to the music around me? So I created this tech bracelet, and it also very much popped off, and I think people liked it because it was an intersection of things that normally don't mix. It was engineering and fashion, and people remember unexpected combinations. And secondly, I have this ASCII portfolio, and honestly, it's not something big deal. I just created like a portrait of myself, and if you hover through it, you see all these ASCII characters kind of move around like that. And the reason why I put it here is because someone actually saw that and noticed it in my portfolio, and they created a scalable software that people can actually use and upload their own photos and have this ASCII rendition there as well. Which I thought was really cool, because that's what art is to me. It's something they can share and inspire others, and they can create their own version and play around with it. And lastly, I also created this video game, and again, it wasn't because it was some career optimization or monetization. It was literally just something that I could mix technology and art with. So art being the level design, the character design, the story and how it unfolds, and the code being, well, the game mechanics the physics of it all. Many people resonated with it as well. And as you can see here, most of it is not really standard software engineer resume, right? But together, they kind of created this recognizable identity for me. These weird projects kind of became my personal brand. So, how do you do this for yourself? So, before we even answer that question, let's talk about one thing I want to address today, and that is money. Let's be real, you can't just run off in the woods and create art and expect it to pay your rent. Like, it doesn't work like that. And I know exactly where you're sitting right now. You're probably about to graduate, or you just graduated, the job market is brutal, and you have this immense pressure that your first job has to be this life-changing dream job, or worse, that you need to somehow monetize your hobbies just to survive. I don't think that's true. So I built conversion models for search ads, and it's technical work, but it's not art. And honestly, that's completely fine. So here's a different framing. Take that stable job, okay? Take the job you think it gives you security, stability, and room to breathe. But don't let it become your entire personality. I would say it's much better to have money funding your interests and try to like do the side projects on the side than to slowly start resenting the things you once loved because now it's responsible for paying your rent. And I would say, obviously, to draw a hard boundary, let your 9 to 5 be the angel investor to the things that actually matter to you and to a bigger part of you, and maybe even a business one day. And I also want to mention the dangers of being too comfortable. I know a lot of smart designers and engineers that kind of fall into the 9 to 5 trap, and they're kind of dissatisfied with their life, but they can't get out of it because of the golden handcuffs. And I would advise you guys to be aware of that and to stick to your creative identity, because the way to get the maximum fulfillment in this life as a designer or a creative is to stay true to your inner child and protect the self that is curious. Okay, so there's also a very practical reason why you should be an outlier or like a little weird, and that is the elephant in the room, which is AI. I know a lot of people are thinking about it, like, if AI can create like a full React app in seconds, and it can make like a beautiful UI mockup, what are you guys even studying for, right? So here's my take on it. AI is the optimizer. AI trains on the aggregate of human history to produce the mathematical average of good. By definition, it generates the mean. So if AI owns the average, your only advantage becomes being the outlier. So AI has no childhood, right? It didn't grow up drawing in notebooks. It can't generate lived experience. And it also, I just think, like, it doesn't have obsessions or weird tastes or hyperfixations. That's all you. And at the very end, I really think AI is also raising the bar for everyone. It's getting increasingly easy for all of you guys to create good work, which means good is no longer good enough. Your job is to be memorable. So I know for the past 10 minutes I'm talking about being memorable and like taste and being the outlier, but how do you actually do it, right? And honestly, it all sounds cool, but it's a little bit vague. And realistically, I feel like most of you here don't even know what your thing is yet. So I was thinking about this concept and something that I feel is concrete that you can actually put into practice today. And it's called orthogonal intersection. So everyone here has access to the same tools, the same AI software, the same portfolio. So instead of trying to do this exact same thing as your peers, but slightly better, why don't you mix something that normally doesn't go together? So the idea is you stop trying to compete on the main highway and you try to find the weird cross streets instead. For example, don't just be a designer who likes typography. Be a designer who mixes retro synthwave visuals to data visualization. Don't just be a software engineer. Be an engineer that mixes hardware with textiles, hardware with fashion, software with storytelling. So take your strongest skill, the skill that makes you employable, the skill that you grinded for, and mix it with the weirdest niche that you genuinely love. That intersection is completely empty, and you will be the only one there. So for me, that ended up looking like combining engineering with the thing I kind of left years ago, which is art. And weirdly enough, the moment I stopped trying to be that perfect engineer was the moment people remembered my work. So, thank you all for coming to my talk.
Thank you so much, Gabby, for such insightful talk into your personal project and all the things. And this is a wrap, guys. This is a wrap. Thank you so much for coming. And we have a surprise for you. Remember we have performances for you? It's actually next door. So if you just move through the door, follow down. Or something will go up. We have a change of plan, but we have a back door. You know, who gets the chance to go through the back door to another event through Christmas? So we're gonna bring you backstage to the next one. We will have.
Big thank you to Lucy. She played so much of this. For a month and a half, and just like really grateful to her for like helping us put this on. So,
Yeah, that's a wrap. We can, you know, you go here. We can meet up here, but you know, feel free to go to the next room. We have
yeah, so our friends Not Yet Art, they have an art exhibition featuring local artists. So it's a bunch of immersive art, and we're setting up there with a DJ, so that should go to about 10 o'clock. So we'll see y'all next door, just right next door. So thank you for coming.
And big shout out to our partners, Sigma and Wonder and Marvin, and a bunch of community partners, AIGA New York, Friends of Sigma OIC, as well as
Yeah, that's the building owner right back there, Fred Sanders. He's making deals right now. He's doing something. So big
big thank you to the Sanders for always believing in our vision and allowing us to host these events. So we actually had the stage and the bar built. So I was calling up like, hey Fred, I'm gonna paint the wall. And he's like, okay, let's do it. So big thank you to the Sanders. Big thank you to all the judges and speakers.
And the following list of community partners still includes Brooklyn Product Design as well as Asian Creative Foundation and what else? Connect. Yes. You is the perfect MC. I'm gonna hire you. Future events for sure. And then thanks to Wonderlab, we have to try out their app right there on the booth. Yes, perfect. And that's pretty much it. Stay tuned from our future of NYC Design, where we post a bunch of recap videos and pictures. Try to find your face in the post and share with your friends. And yeah, thanks to 241 members. You want to talk more about?
Yeah, so 241 members, it starts, so by the way, I'm Dominic Smith, founder of 241 members. I pretty much started it in December 2023. So I used to live in a loft not too far away from here, near Pratt Institute, and I just started renting it out for film productions and events, and it kind of took off from there, and then it spread to different venues, and this is like one of the venues, and more recently we started hosting our own events. So yeah, that's 241 members. And then I also have vision groups on the founder of vision group. It helps you be two places at once with AI 3D avatars. So just all the check-in. So have like the check-in with the avatar and kind of guide you through the spaces. So it's kind of
If you have any questions, reach out to us, and if you have any ideas for future events you want to see, tag us, DM us, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you.